Thank you. Good morning. It's February 6th, 2024, and I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Klickitat County Commissioners and let the record show all three commissioners are present, and we'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And do we have a motion for approval of the business agenda?
Do you have anything to add, Commissioner Christopher?
No, I think we had a discussion on state of emergency for the schools, letter of support. Just going over my notes, and these notes, sorry. For House Bill 1835. There's a January 23rd email from White Salmon Pool District asking for a letter of support. So I would like to discuss that. I will ask staff, there was a senior advisory board application. Do we have that on here for discussion? Okay, then let's add senior advisory board application, if we may. And then we also received a letter from the White Salmon School District in regards to the road conditions for under canvas that I would like the board to have a conversation about if they're willing. And those are the things on my list.
And I have just a little information on the declaration of emergency part of that discussion. It is taken under consideration by Director King and his staff right now. So they'll be coming back to us with suggestions on some language for that, probably prior to our approval.
Okay. And we also have another application for the Planning Commission. So why don't I make the motion as follows? Madam Chair, I would move to approve the business agenda with 4 add-ons. One being the discussion with Sally with West District Court in regards to grants under miscellaneous. Number 2, a discussion with the request of declaration of emergency by Klickitat County School Districts under new business. Number 3, a letter of support of HB 1835 under new business, along with a discussion of other legislation. And number 4, board appointments.
I would second that motion.
Any discussion? The addition of the discussion of the school district letter, I would like to say I do believe we need legal counsel. It is under litigation, a subject under litigation. I don't know if we should be holding those conversations.
I didn't add
Okay,
the White Salmon School letter.
okay.
I added just a
2.
discussion of board appointments. And if you wouldn't mind a friendly amendment, Commissioner Christopher, I would also add the discussion of letters of support to touch on your January 23rd one from the pool district.
Okay, that's fine. Clarification, is it the chair's opinion then not to discuss the letter from the White Salmon School District in regards to road conditions?
Knowing what I know, I don't believe it's an appropriate conversation that we are allowed to engage in because of litigation. But that's something we'd have to ask of counsel. And if you'd like to reach out to see if that's something you can add to the agenda,
Council does not respond to me because I am not the chair of the board or the majority of the commissioners, so I do not get my questions answered. So if the board wants to do that, it needs to come from the chair or signed by the board, I would imagine.
I'll send that question over. Okay, so we had a friendly amendment. Is there anything that needs to be done? Besides that? So we have a motion and a second. No further discussion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Hearing none, the business agenda is approved as amended.
Madam Chair, we have before us the approval of commissioner meeting minutes from January 9th and January 16th. My motion is to approve both.
Bear with me.
Okay.
Some reason in my head, I'm thinking the 9th got pulled, but
That was the 23rd where we didn't have,
I thought there was one, I thought it was the 9th, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that was, here's the minutes, and it's like, oh, wait, sorry, that was 23rd. Okay. I will second the motion on approval of the minutes.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Hearing none, the approval of the meeting minutes for January 9th and January 16th is approved. So we're to that portion of public comment. So all those in the room, if you wish to speak, please come forward and identify yourself. And those on Zoom, please raise your hand and be sure to identify yourself and let us know where you're from. So starting in the room, anyone wish to come forward? No? Just visiting today. And online, is there anybody that wishes to raise their hand? I see one hand.
There's Jean.
So Jean,
Hey, good morning, everybody. Just a quick shout out to the Public Works folks. When we had a lot of that bad weather coming in, especially up in Upper Snowden, they were really quick to help out on that. A lot of people coming to and from work, going to and from school. So I just wanted to say thanks to them for that. That's it. Hope everyone has a good day.
thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
I know there's people that are likely calling in about the Upper Snowden rezone.
Thank you.
I would advise we cannot be taking public comment on the Upper Snowden rezone as there has now been an appeal filed, and that appeal will be coming in front of the Board of County Commissioners. So there will be a process for that, but it is not because it's coming in front of us, we cannot take public comment on it.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. So anyone else on Zoom to this morning?
There was 2662.
Okay. 2662.
Hello, Commissioners. This is Tracy from Lyle.
Hi.
And today I'd like to first say that this Title 12, I received the draft copy from Public Works last week and have read almost the entire context of this book. And I think that in fact, I know it should not be listed under Title 12 transportation standards, because when I hear something about roads, I'm really not interested. It should be the unincorporated areas of Klickitat County and the development of them. Why do I say this? Because this is almost all about development activities and such. In fact, there's no set guidelines in this. It's all about variances. In fact, it has a statement in here where it says, a variance is required for any design or construction deviation from these standards. The county recognizes that engineered design is an endeavor that examines alternate solutions in real-world situations, and accordingly, these standards are not intended to hamper or the introduction of new ideas, but are intended to provide predictability. And it talks about variances for developers and such. The rural Klickitat County does not want to become the Hood River as of today. And I believe that this chapter 12 shouldn't be just a blurb on the commissioner's agenda, but it should actually be taken out and town hall meeting type things where we can all have a say on how the development of Klickitat County should go. The other thing I'd like to bring up is I'm going to be bringing in a packet for you folks today. And if you have any questions on it, please feel free to call me. But on the Ponderosa Park Community Wildfire Protection Plan, way back in 2006, okay, It says develop and coordinate system for emergency communication. And I'm going to just read the highlights here. It says research the potential of placing new cell towers up in areas with no coverage. And then it says research the potential of a reverse 911 system. A reverse 911 system. What is a reverse 911 system? Well, the way I understand it to be, it's much like the reverse phone book, where you get the address first and then the phone, instead of the person's name and then the phone, you get the person's name, the address, and the phone, or the phone number and then the name, I guess is more to put it. But if we're in a reverse 911 system, that means that dispatch needs the data in order to create the alerts. So they have to have a database with all of the residences or people in Klickitat County, and then they put that database and send it to the alerts, which, by the way, the taxpayers paid for with the rave alerts for 22,000 entries into the alert system. I just wonder where those alert system data came from. And I know in my case, and I know of a bunch of other people, the data is incorrect. I talked to Rave yesterday and they said I can't correct my data with them. I have to do it with the county. I've talked to Bob Songer to correct my information, and he won't do it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Try the room again. Anybody wishing to speak today? Just visiting. Zoom. Any participants? Okay, good morning, Sherry.
Oh, good morning, commissioners. Yeah, a lot of things, huh? I think what Tracy was just saying is very important, and it's most unfortunate that us so-called citizens have been left to 3 minutes and then we're cut off. I don't know. Maybe the corporation doesn't really want to hear us, you know, and I guess we can make it week 8, 7. I don't know who's counting. But, you know, I still want to know how a government operates under a political subdivision as well as a municipal corporation. Because we found out you have DUNS numbers, you have SAM's numbers, you can all be found on these government contracting, your systems for awards management, the government contracting, you're known as a entity structure, as a 2A, a U.S. government entity, business types, you're sometimes a C7, sometimes a this, sometimes a that, but you're all businesses working under a code of what they say a government entity is. But I've never yet got the answer of how does one entity act as 2 different positions. I feel if that's how our government is working, we should be, you know, given this information. We pay, we've been told before, government runs on the money that the people pay. So if you're running on what we pay, we should be able to know how it's really working. Are you just administration? You know, like what's happening? And back to the information of our county. And this is very upsetting. And I hope every 43 people, 42 besides me listening, especially Mr. Quinzel, I called Onsolve, who was contracted with the county. I have their, you know, it doesn't matter. I'm not here to provide you proof. I'm here to give you information to see if you really want to do anything about it. Onsolve had information for me, wrong information. It had an old landline number, not a correct address. It was kind of a derivative of my address using a PO box, but wasn't that. But I never gave that information to Onsolve. I never asked to be signed up for the alert system. I never gave my information. So according to me, my information, my identity, which isn't even right, is it even me, was stolen, was given to a company. And as Onsolve told me, it was from Klickitat County. It has an ID number 12536. It was a 112648 organization county ID. Jeff King was the client, and Onsolve was deactivated. But anyway, do we have a problem here? Is our county making up fake addresses so we can get grants and stuff to do things? I mean, Yeah, and I know my time's up, but maybe we should be looking into what's happening and and if the people ever come back, I welcome you people. I welcome you. Please come back. So
Thank
we
you.
can govern our government.
Great. Back out in the room. And are there other hands up on Zoom this morning? We have a little bit of time left. Anybody willing to or would like to speak with the county commissioners? Not seeing any hands up. It's a quiet Tuesday morning. Give it one more call. Last chance for public comment. So seeing none, thank you for those who commented. I'll give my commissioners, my seatmates, a chance to respond. Mr. Christopher,
I don't have anything. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson.
Yes. Tracy, thank you so much for reaching out about the Title 12 transportation standards. Those are transportation standards. They are there for the design of both private and public roads. We have been working on them and had a committee working on them for multiple years. We will be having another public hearing. That is the chance for the Board of County Commissioners to hear from the citizens with regards to the transportation standards. I would mention that the first public hearing we had, I don't believe we had any public comment that I can recall. So I'm very glad that you're reading through it and asking questions about it. As for the wildfire protection plan, and more importantly, the reverse 911, I'm very happy to say that the emergency notification system is in place in Klickitat County. It is working very well. And if you would like to update your information, you can go and sign up. You can just Google emergency notification Klickitat County, and it'll take you to our website and a sign up here. And that's how you ensure that you reverse 911. And remember, reverse 911 is not like reverse phone lookup. It is more like in an emergency, we will call you rather than you calling us. And that's the reverse part of the 911. Sherry, we've had many discussions on the county corporation, and without those SAM's numbers and DUNS numbers, and we would not be able to get federal grants, which is a significant portion of the dollars that the county uses in order to provide services to its residents, including behavioral health, public health, roads, everything you can think of. You can look at our county budget to see how much money we actually get other than the taxes that you pay, and it is the vast majority of the dollars on a $60+ million budget. And as for the same answer to you, please go to the emergency notification and sign up for the 911. I don't know what these OnSol, I don't even know how to spell it. So if you could send me an email with any information you have with regards to that company, I will get back to you with our understanding of it. And with that, I'll yield the time.
Thank you. No other comments? We can move to the consent agenda.
Go back to consent. Madam Chair, I will make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
With all 11 items,
Yeah, just the consent agenda with
Thank you.
11.
I will second the motion.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes, I would like to discuss our letter of appreciation to Mount Spalding for his past service. I just wanted to point out to the board that Mr. Spalding has served on the Planning Commission for 28 years. And so a simple letter of appreciation, I don't think really cuts it when somebody has put in that many years of dedication to this county. So I would just like to give a very public and very heartfelt thank you for all of his time served to this county.
And I can agree with that. I spent time with Matt and he did a great job above and beyond always. And he traveled a long ways to come to those evening meetings. And I really appreciate his dedication to that board.
I would agree with both of you. 28 years of service to your county is it's a lot of time and a lot of effort, and I thank him for his service, and I can only hope that the new appointee has that same dedication, and I do believe he does.
Great. So,
Oh, there it was. Darn.
further discussion?
Yeah, the item number 4, we have an email from the prosecuting attorney on the reviews to form. I actually wanted to pull that. I missed it when I was reading it for discussion.
Since we're still in discussion, I would ask, why did I not see that notification from the prosecutor as to his legal review of whatever you're talking about?
It's in your board packet. You can look under the reviews to form in the board packet.
See,
Would you mind pulling it until then?
I'm okay with pulling it.
As a friendly amendment?
Yep.
So we have a motion and a second. No more discussion. All those in favor of approval of the consent agenda, pulling item number 4 for further discussion?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Hearing none, the motion passes. Thank you. So moving on to payments.
Madam Chair, I move that we pay the accounts payable warrants in the amount of $139,566.97 and the payroll benefit warrants in the amount of $0 for the date ending February 5th, 2024.
I will second the motion.
Motion and second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Payroll warrant certification payments are passed. Thank you very much. So department update, a little bit early, but Lori's here. So we'll move forward with our interim director, Lori Anderson, for the planning department. Thank you for being here, Lori.
Conveniently located
Yeah,
upstairs.
yes, you are. Sometimes too much.
Give me the.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Pretty short update. Planning Commission, our next workshop is February 20th. And then we'll be considering the critical areas ordinance, hopefully reviewing chapter 1 and maybe making it through the entire chapter. Pre-submission meeting trackings for 2023 and 24. If you look on the back, completed 2023, and then we started with 2024. And I think the information is kind of self-explanatory, but brief summary, in 2023, we had 96 pre-submission conferences. And so far in 2024, we've had 11. One did have to be rescheduled due to the weather and those closures, but we're plugging along. One thing that's important to note is even though we have, I have a category for complete applications. Sometimes you have a pre-sub and it may take months or even a year before you actually get your application in. And a lot of that has to do with the plating, short plat subdivisions, et cetera, where they need to hire a surveyor. So the numbers are there. If you want to know exactly when a pre-sub was opposed to when they actually submitted the application, we'd have to go back and forth. So if somebody's doing the exact math, sometimes it doesn't add up. But it does in the end, if we went back multiple years. Moving on, requests for proposals. As mentioned, we had 2 of them. We have a panel of county employees reviewing them. And we should have a gathering of the minds later this week, and then we'll proceed. I do need to thank Public Works again for their help, and Rob in as well for his help with making sure we do this correctly. The Wilson Monroe rezone up Snowden Road. As you're probably aware, the SEPA was appealed by the Snowden Community Council. And procedurally, the board, which I'm kind of assuming will want to be the body hearing the appeal, or you could hire a hearings examiner. Whichever body does that hearing over the appeal, you would also hear the rezone proposal, basically not simultaneously, but together, and we can work out those finer details. And I'm not sure what your schedule's like or when you'd like to proceed. The applicants have been in contact and are working with an attorney, so they're wanting to move forward.
Okay.
And routings for this week, we just have 1 short plat with the SEPA that'll go out later, typically on Thursday. And then we still have all of our pending projects. And that's pretty much the summary of the planning department from last week. Well, and ongoing.
Question, if I may.
Go ahead.
The way it's currently set up with our fee structure, if we were to use a hearings examiner for this rezone, would the applicants be required to pay for all the hearing examiner's costs?
Yes, well, the way we track our time, we'd be well over that time. So yes. In the end, the applicants would be charged more and more.
Or the hearing examiner,
yes.
all the hearings?
Yes. And that would be similar to any other project where we track our time and the base fee of their application is X number of hours and we go from there.
What is, just a general discussion amongst the board members about the rezone? Would you like a hearings examiner or something that the board feels that we could hear?
I would like to hear it.
Is it possible to have an executive session in regards to this subject with our legal counsel about the differences in hearings examiners? I have some questions.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't know what that would fit under. Can you think of anything that would fit under?
Legal.
it is, I
Legal
mean,
advice to the
It is, it's an
commissioners.
appeal, but it's not a lawsuit.
It's an appeal, it's not pending litigation.
Right.
Because
Administrative
it's not
appeal.
before the courts.
Yeah, it's an administrative.
Right. So I am not a lawyer, I'm not a lawyer expert, but on this legal opinion, I can't believe I'm going to say this, but I agree with commissioners. I think this is our first legal opinion we agree on.
Okay. That you believe we should go hearings examiner.
No,
No.
none of
Oh,
it.
okay. I'm sorry. Then I heard you
Wow,
wrong.
sounds like.
'Cause I thought-
conspiracy all over.
Oh, yeah.
Know that I do not believe it is
I agree.
qualified for an executive session. If you wanted to talk to the prosecutor, you would need to do that offline and not as a board because it wouldn't qualify for executive session. It is my opinion that this board hears this case and presides over it in a quasi judicial manner.
And Lori, do you need that answer today?
No, I
Okay.
certainly don't need the answer today.
Because
just-
of the questions I have, I'd like
Right.
to have some time to reach out to legal counsel.
And I fully anticipated that. I was just
Okay.
bringing it and then
Thank
your attention.
Thank you for
and-
bringing it up now so that Commissioner Zoller has the time to have the
Yes.
conversation
I will
before
do
we have to make a
definitely.
decision.
Okay, thank you.
And certainly if you have any questions, I'm around to answer them, and, or maybe you have questions you want me to stay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you and have a great day, and I'm sure we'll
Yeah,
talk
thank you.
again soon.
Yeah. Thanks for staying so organized. I like the graph.
I try.
Yep.
I do, that did bring up one item that I did forget to mention that I would like to add to the agenda for later today, and we can do it under new business or what have you.
Okay.
It's discussion on SEPA comments. Not project specific, but so we can have that comment without fear of anything wonky going on. But I would like to discuss policy on SEPA comments.
Okay.
Policy.
Do we have to make any sort of motion to add that into new business too? No,
Don't have to.
you're good. Okay, I wrote it down. Okay. Commissioner miscellaneous reports and updates, comments?
Would you like to do that now, Commissioner Christopher, since we have some time and it is planning? And if we wanted, we could have Lori come back in here.
I'm fine with that. So
Would you like Lori back in here?
I don't know that we need it, but if you do, you can. I don't, if this Congress, I guess this is a basic entry level conversation.
Okay.
If the board wants to actually do anything or go anywhere, then we can have more detailed and in-depth conversations and have
Okay.
Lori back or whatever. So it has come to my attention that when we do a SEPA, and this was the question I asked to Lori last week that's on video if you want to go look it up. When an applicant fills out the SEPA and turns in the SEPA for review, in some cases, before that SEPA is ruled on or judged, they go out to comment. And the public is allowed to comment before the county makes a ruling on the SEPA. Or a determination on the SEPA, for better terms. But in other situations, the county makes a determination on the SEPA and then goes out for comment. The problem with that is you've already made your ruling, so what does the comment really matter at this point? And some people may not want to comment because if they comment, they don't know if they get a chance to appeal if you, it becomes an issue. So it becomes I believe it becomes an issue in the public eye on when you're going out for comments first on some cases and last on other cases, it becomes a special favor scenario in some of the public's mind. Well, how come somebody got a ruling before comment and somebody else went to comment before ruling? I believe the public should always have a chance to comment. I believe the public should have a chance to comment before a ruling is made. And I would like to see, and here's the kicker, I would like to see a county code revision that all SEPAs go to comment before a ruling is made. Originally, I would say I would be fine with just a county policy that says all SEPAs go to public comment before a ruling is made, but this board has shown that it doesn't really care about policy. So I would like to make it a code to make it a little more teeth in it so that the public gets a chance to comment on all SEPAs and not just some SEPAs before a ruling is determined. If the board feels this is something that it would like to look into, then we can schedule a time and bring the professionals in and have the discussion.
Nope.
Nope. Oh,
There you
there we go. Okay, so with the SEPA, when an applicant fills out the SEPA, they fill it out in complete form. And then what happens is that goes through in front of the planning department, the planner. Then they issue the determination based on the answers on the SEPA and double checking the different sites, Washington forest, ecology, all the different areas that's necessary to check. Then they issue the determination. And then that's when it goes out for comment.
So you're giving 14 days for comment, and that's when everybody can comment. And then you have that amount of time also to appeal it. And that's appealing just the SEPA, not the project, but the SEPA. So that's, you have time to comment, but the time ended and then there was an appeal filed. So does that make sense?
I'm aware,
Okay.
but I'm also aware on other times we go out to comment before there's a termination. That's what I was told.
I think I'm a little
And
confused.
I'm aware that we make a determination on some cases, and we've done this on a big case, where we've made a determination, taken comment, and that comment has caused our SEPA official to have a change of heart and withdraw that SEPA and determination and go back through the process again.
And that's why the SEPA process is there, is so that those
So
types of,
you're saying that I was misinformed, that we never go to comment before a SEPA determination is made?
there's comment that's taken before a SEPA before the end of the appeal period.
But before the decision is
Well, the decision is made, there's a mitigate. So when a SEPA is, when an applicant applies and fills out the SEPA, then you're given 14 days to comment, and that's when your comment should be made.
And that kind of impacts the official final determination, correct?
Lori, can you go ahead and weigh in on this one?
So can you hear me?
not loudly, but yes,
One moment.
that's better.
Okay, so like 99% of the time, we send out a SEPA with a determination. In my history of being here in the planning department since November of 1991, we've done it 3 times. One was with the, where we've put it out for comment before making a determination. And that was with the in situ building where they were doing SEPA, the Hewsom's Greens proposal, where it was SEPA and a subdivision. And then we just did that within the last month for the James Dean aggregate resource overlay. Otherwise, with MDNSs and DNSs, a determination is made when we route the SEPA. And EISs are totally different. We won't go there. And there is a 15-day comment period. Our comment period, when a DNS or MDNS has been issued, that 15-day comment period is also the 15 days for the appeal of the SEPA decision.
Lori, when we receive comments on SEPAs, does the staff then respond to the comments?
What we do is we actually forward those comments to the applicants and get their comments, and then staff also comments after the applicants have provided, or, kind of simultaneously with the applicants who are providing their comments on the comments that were received.
Right, but the point is, by then the decision has already been made, so nobody has to do technically anything because the decision's already been made.
On the SEPA, a majority of the time, there's another permit, for example, a rezone or a short plat or a subdivision, where that would have an additional comment period. And the examples I just gave would have a public hearing for the actual proposal.
So I think that's one of the things that we've always gotten lost in the weeds on in this county is that people will respond to the SEPA or they will appeal the SEPA when what they really want to do is be responding to the actual project and appealing the project. And so that's where people, this is just kind of being honest about it. I would say that SEPA is a process-based program, from the state that is very easy to appeal a SEPA to stop a project, because you never actually get to the merits of the project. You're always fighting over the process of the SEPA and whether or not it should be an EIS and whatever. And we find that happens a lot with regards to rezones and sub-area plans. And you never actually get to the actual discussion of the changes to be made. It's more about cumulative impacts, and if people were requesting enough cumulative impacts, it's millions and millions and millions of dollars of studies. Like for example, on a regular one is groundwater, right? And how would you ever be able to know all the groundwater, in any given situation? And so that's where a lot of those get bogged down, and then it goes through the appeal process to Superior Court, and then, it's years and years. We've had that happen multiple times since their 1990s with sub-area plans, and we never actually got to the point of discussing the merits of the actual rezone and what people want. It's just the SEPA, because the SEPA was meant to be a checklist. I mean, it was originally designed as a checklist.
Right, but my point still stands that for some projects, like you just heard, we'll take comment first, and for other projects, we don't. That seems interesting to some members of the general public.
I guess the question for Ms. Anderson, why did we take comments prior to it? Was that because we weren't sure if it would, if the director was not sure if it would be an MDNS or a DNS, or what is the purpose that we did those 3 times?
We actually got the application back in late spring, early summer. So Mochi Lindblad was here and was the director at the time. And it was her suggestion. We put it out for comment, anticipating a lot of the agencies and neighbors, everyone, there would be a lot of comments. And that it seemed like the best approach to do it that way, because obviously with the aggregate resource overlay, if that was to be applied to the additional property, that is a bigger impact, and more mining would be taking place once the James Dean construction got the necessary permits to the Washington State Department of Natural Resources.
And that is my basic understanding of why we do some and not others. If speaking to the previous planning director, if we thought a project was going to have significant local attention, they would go for comments first. If they didn't think there would be any comments, they would just rubber stamp. My question is, how do you know? Kind of like the one we currently have that has a bunch of comments that, how do you know? So rather than just this county rubber stamping, I don't know that it hurts the project to wait for 14 days before determination is made to get the comment. Because I can't believe how never, ever, ever would any public comment change or potentially change a SEPA official's opinion. Eventually, one comment is going to go, huh, you know what? They got a point. Why would you not want to hear that comment before you made a judgment? So I understand that if you take comment first, a lot of times you're not going to get any comment. It's just a waste of 2 weeks. But occasionally you're going to hear comments, and occasionally some of those comments might have merit. So why would the county not want to hear public comment? So that's where I'm coming from,
I guess one of the things that you have to factor in is if you do 14 days before, then you make a decision, and then you got to go out and do 14 days for an appeal, you're adding a lot of time onto these things. And I would double check to ensure that the RCWs state the direction, if not the RCWs, the WACs on what is required for SEPA. What I don't want to do is get away from the state and then open us back up. So there needs to be more investigation, I think, done. But again, it's the SEPA determination is an administrative action from the planning official. They're determining, whether it's a determination of non-significance or mitigated determination of non-significance, usually whether it's project oriented or not, right? And so when you go out for comment, most of those comments that make you go, are on the actual project, what you're gonna do in the future, rather than taking that public hearing then. And so their comments they're putting into the record and everything else. If you want to appeal it, you can, it's more about the appeal. There has been times though where comments were received and then the process worked because the SEPA official reviewed the comments and said, we need, and the applicant was asked to respond to it and either the responses weren't adequate to address the concerns, or the comments were something that the SEPA responsible official didn't notice, and then they pulled that SEPA approval. And it might need to be pulled so that it looks like there's going to be a determination of significance. So you need to go to the EIS route. But I think the process is there and it's in place and it works, and it's worked, everywhere for the history. So I just need to understand why it doesn't.
Well, and that was my, not question with Lori, but just qualification, that as I've always seen the process, it is designed by the state and it's handed down to us, and they have their working order in which we implement what they're asking us to do with SEPA. So I think there's guidelines, steps, probably WACs that our planning department is implementing to process a SEPA. So to change it internally, I think we'd better look at what the state requires us to do and if we're in those parameters first. And that would be, again, back to Lori. And I also see it as a great tool for our planning director. Just because someone sends an application, you have to be able to qualify it somewhere, that they are telling you the truth, and you can look at that application and know fully what you're considering. And so outside counsel from the agencies and everybody that this is routed to, that's what it's dedicated for, is to give our planning director a tool.
One note to make on this, it seems like the Board of County Commissioners definitely needs a SEPA lessons and learning training, especially if we are going to be asked to rule on a SEPA appeal and make findings of fact and everything else.
And would that be Department of Ecology? Where would that come from?
I would start with our own department and then.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I would just like to say that we can imply, or this board can imply, that we're following the law and we can't change it because it is the law. But we already have evidence before this board that we allow it on some and don't allow it on others. So either we are currently breaking the law, or you can do it beforehand, which is all I'm asking for. So to try to make it a legal argument that if we changed it would be violating the law has absolutely zero merit, because that means, at least in these 3 cases, which I know of a few more, we would have broken the law. By the definition of this board, by doing it beforehand, we would be going against the WAC. We're obviously doing it beforehand, at least in these 3 cases. So why can't you do them all beforehand?
The statement was not that we're not breaking the law. The statement is that there's likely WACs that govern when you can and cannot, and we need to follow those. It is the assumption that we have been following the rules and the law, because we have SEPA responsible officials that do this. It is also the SEPA responsible official is someone that we appoint, and they have a great amount of latitude, and we've always appointed the planning director. And so that's, again, in the SEPA training. So I think it would be best, before we start making any assumptions on whether or not we are or are not. I think the training needs to occur so that people can understand what SEPA is and what SEPA is not.
Well, to finish off, I would like to say that I do not believe we are breaking the law. But if we are hearing some cases before the judgment and some cases after, there obviously then is a tool or an avenue where you can hear all testimony before the ruling. And that's where I would like to explore. Now, if this board is happy with the process that is currently working and they don't want to explore that avenue, that's fine. Let's not waste everybody's time. But to pass off what I'm trying to accomplish by saying that we're currently doing it right, I'm not saying we're currently doing it wrong. I'm just saying it doesn't mean there can't be a better way that allows for more public input before a decision is made.
And I'd like to say, I do believe we're at that point where we do need that education, that further education for how SEPA functions and what it is for. There might be some misconceptions there about why it goes out early, why it does not, and what that tool is for our planning director. So I would rather change this conversation to move to some education, and then we can further our conversation from there. Because sometimes just the view is different.
I think education is absolutely important, especially looking at what we have coming down the line. I guess the other statement is, you know, when you have 99% of the SEPAs that go through is not an issue. When there is an issue due to comments, then we have multiple instances where the SEPA responsible official rescinds that SEPA determination and then makes changes or asks the applicant to make changes based on that. If you also have the ability to appeal, right? And so someone usually makes it very clear when they want to comment that they're intent on appealing the SEPA. That takes it down a different course. Does that make, you understand what I'm saying there?
It does, but I believe there's also people that would like to appeal or like to comment on the SEPA and believe their comments have merit and are willing to not appeal until they see if their comments are taken seriously. And the SEPA adjusted based on their comments. And if that's the case, then they don't have a reason to appeal. But if they only have 14 days to appeal, they might as well appeal. There's really no sense to even comment because they don't know that we're even going to listen to their comments. And if we don't, then it's too late and they can't appeal. That's my argument.
I guess I don't see it as working that way.
Well, the public does, so.
Well, and again, so many times I'm finding here at the county, I feel like we're defining process and work order. And if we can dispel one of these and move forward and have someone in the room that can educate and answer all these questions of why and why not, I would prefer to have that happen rather than just a continued debate with differences. So if we can get that scheduled, that makes me happy. Yeah, because if there's something that needs to be adjusted to the public, I don't think any three of us aren't opposed to it at all. But I think we have a difference of opinion on how SEPA functions. And so I want to make sure that I'm thinking the right thing too. So I'm willing to spend that time in education. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Anything else?
On this matter, nope, not at
Okay.
this time.
Well, we did a good job burning up some time.
Yeah. Mr. Hunter has a few minutes for Public Works update is next. Is there any other miscellaneous reports or comments from commissioners? There he is.
Thank you. Thank you. Yep.
We have 6 minutes. Did you,
I don't know if that's probably enough time.
yeah, on this one.
I don't know that this board has enough time to actually make this in a day
On this or on anything?
on darn near anything.
Well, it looks like Mr. Hunter's willing to start early.
Sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning.
Hello, good to see you.
By the way, when they come in to do pictures, can you have them hang up my landfill picture that's
Sure.
propped against my wall for the last 3 years?
And if I remember correctly, we heard from the person she's supposed to be given the.
No, they're in our office.
Oh, look at us.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying, bringing it up now while you're in there, you can throw the landfill picture up too.
We will do that. I know the person to contact.
And I did see your, even we have some warpage frame.
Yes,
We'll just have to work around it.
we have a method to fix that. We just haven't got around to it
Good.
yet.
They're beautiful. They turn.
We got
nice.
descriptions too. We just haven't got around to hanging them next to the pictures.
Oh, okay.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So Mr. Hunter with Public Works for your update.
Okay, we'll get started then. I heard none of our stuff got pulled off, so I'm happy. We'll move on past that. We'll talk about the construction program. The signs and guideposts are substantially complete. The contractor finished last week. And crushing began this Friday. We didn't hear anything after the shot. And they are crushing now in Badger Gulch. On the roadway or the road design side, our striping, the annual striping contract is on ad. Sunday, all the plans and specs and advertising documents are being finalized. Hoping to have the advertisement documents for that project to the board next week, if possible. Data collection, we're still working there, and same with the bridge bundles. And we're still moving forward on that. Maintenance side, we have a new phenomenon. We're having slides now, so we're cleaning those up. We had a couple in Rock Creek. We have one in Wacacus. We have them in different places. So we're cleaning those up, and then if we get a chance, we're gonna mow over in Alderdale. And on the west side, we're opening plug culverts from same type of winter stuff, replacing guardrail blocks and cleaning up where trees have come down and other things. On the facility side, they are coming in to do punch list stuff this Friday on the roof finally, so we can finish that project. We are holding their last payment, so they want to come in and get that done. Superior Court small work contracts are due next week. The events are the same. Fuel Island is the same. Auditor's office, sheetrock's all been installed, taping and texturing and painting this week. Floor covering bids are due next week. Pioneer Center HVAC bids open today, small works contract bids. Storm damage, this is from our facility sides. All the buildings are functional. Sheetrock is being installed in the jail, Pioneer Center, and then we have a bunch to install in Annex 4 too. And we have a new project come out, or a new, there's always something new. So now we have to check the dampness level of these 3 buildings periodically. So more things for Troy's guys to do. Radio towers, same, camera's still not working. Contractors working through that. And that brings us to some follow-up issues pretty quickly. We'll get through. Phase 2 improvements of the airport consultant has been selected, and we'll start negotiating a contract. And the contract comes before the board. I met with our staff at Public Works the other day. You know, for the most part, we used to be about, I'd say 75% essential. Doesn't make any sense for us. We're not going to worry about who is, who isn't. On closures, we are all essential. That's what we're going to do. And then we'll work once people get here. So if it's closed, all of our people will be here. So that brings us to, I'll hand this out from last time, in case people have it. We talked a little bit about this last time. We go back through it. Our jail generator, part of this, is 40 years old. Okay, you can have a couple. Okay, the jail generator is 40 years old. We had the circuit board go out. They don't make the circuit boards. We can't get them made. Pacific Power manufactured a circuit board, so the generator is still functional, except for it does not talk to the transfer switch anymore. So when the power goes off, you have to manually flip on the breaker. You go out, you flip a toggle switch, you push a button, the generator comes on. Of course, that's not good. That might be okay if it was the courthouse. You could probably get by with that. In the jail, you can't get by. The power goes out in the middle of the night, all the lights go out. And that means we have to have somebody, the odds that somebody be trained to go out and do that. And when all the lights go out, they're going to need all the corrections officers in the jail they got. So what that would mean is one of my guys would have to get called in, and it could be an hour before one of those guys get in. So with that said, and the fact that the generator is 40 years old, it comes time to replace the generator. Generator is about $55,000. We're still having trouble locating one. We've called all over. We're having people try to find one someplace else. We need a 50 kW commercial generator. We can get a 50 kW generator for a residential use. They're not the same. It's just a different circuitry and everything else just wouldn't work. So, well, what that brings me to, though, is how we're going to pay for this new generator. So we go to the Capitol, because that's where we would put this on. And I gave 3 options, and I'll give the same 3 options again today. We can either replace, so we need about $55,000. So we can either push back the HVAC unit, one of the HVAC units we have scheduled to replace this year. We have not had any issues with it. And do it in 2025, replace it in 2025. We could push back the beer garden bleachers. It isn't just the roof, though. I want to make that clear. I didn't make that clear in the past, and I apologize. Part of the project isn't just to cover the beer garden bleachers. I mean, that's the majority of it, but at that time, we'll also replace the boards, the seating and stuff, which we replace every couple of years now, because it's a flat surface, and anybody knows a flat surface exposed to the weather and it's wood doesn't last that long, even if it's treated lumber.
Does this dollar amount include the ADA improvements?
No, that's on the small work.
That's a different.
That's on the non-capital. But what this will do is the ramp structure and things like that is starting to get past its prime, and that would be reconstructing that as part of this project. And then the third option, which I didn't get a lot, but I'll explain the third option, is to just add that thing onto this list. Keeping in mind 303 is a fund to set up just for this. You spend what it is and carries over what it carries over. So those are the 3 options. You push one of the 2 projects back to next year, or you add an additional project on there.
Is there an unused fund balance?
Yes, there is. There's still an unused fund balance.
Of,
I don't know exactly what it is. the list is good, I believe, through 2026. The funding is good, but I'll double check that with Pam.
I'm just questioning if that's the direction. That's one of the three options you gave,
Yes,
but I was questioning whether there was 55,000 in. there
there's
to choose that
55,000. Yes, I would not have given, yes. there's
That's what I
55.
was expecting.
Yes,
So,
there's it is, I'm not saying I would come to the board and say, please take that out of cumulative reserve. I would say it's in that fund.
right.
You just be spending fund balance. Inevitably, I mean, it's eventually you're gonna pay for it anyway.
Mhm.
But I'm gonna leave that now. I will shut up.
With no problems with the HVAC unit, is it just on a timeout where it needs to be replaced or, okay?
Yes,
It's
we don't,
revolving.
I don't like, I mean, it's past its lifespan. And those are typically 9 months out, 9 months to a year. So that's why we don't want them to go till they break down.
Mhm.
I mean, the generator, that's a long time out too. But we're hoping, I mean, the best case we've got so far is 36 weeks.
Okay.
So between now and 36 weeks, are we training any jail staff to go out and be able to turn the breaker on and start a generator?
We have to work with Carmen on that, yes. We will
Okay.
do that, yes. We're hoping to do something before that, though. I mean, we're still gonna have to train somebody. And the intermediate, we'll probably work something out with our guys that are close. Okay. Pam says, I don't even want to say it in public. The fund balance is good.
Adequate?
Yes, let's use good word.
I thought it was from my memory, so.
But again, that's this board's decision.
Well, if we can take it from the other, I kind of look at what you said, maybe not a dire situation at the fairgrounds, but public safety with boards and things that need to be replaced. I wouldn't want to risk a bad board or public safety there and cause ourselves another problem. And if you feel that that generator has timed out or the HVAC has timed out past its life capacity, if you're not comfortable with it, what do you think?
And this HVAC's been good the entire time. If we push the HVAC off another year, it'll probably still make it another year. Just because it's a manufacturer's warranty,
Our goal is not to replace, if we replace them when they break, we're in trouble.
Right.
Our goal, because we don't have any spares. Our goal is not, the good thing is we can still get parts for it if we have to. We're not in the same situation in the Pioneer Center. That's why I'm not recommending doing that there. Because when those go down, if you remember, we had one go down last year and we were putting in air conditioning units down there because we can't get parts for them.
Right. But if we can still get parts for that though, at least. What is the recommendation of staff?
I'd be on the conservative side. I would say the first two, I would say either the option of adding more, and I know that's not a popular thing, because the fund balance is adequate. And you'll do it next year either way. That would be my first recommendation. Second recommendation is you would push off the HVAC system. And I can go, but I'll go with either way. But that would be my order of preference.
Mr. Christopher?
Well, not in favor of removing the beer garden bleachers and cover because I fought hard to get that. And it's been needed for 20 years. I am good with pushing off the HVAC for a year. And that would be my first choice. My second choice would be using fund balance. I'm open into supporting the board's decision for either pushing off the air conditioner replacement and or using fund balance.
With the fact that we can get parts for this HVAC, I'm fine with pushing it off a year so that we can get the generator. I would also hope that, that we have, staff that's in the jail or the chief jail deputy that can be taught to be able to turn a generator on and flip 2 switches. And I hope that that can survive for the next 36 weeks. How many hours are on that generator?
A lot. I don't know exactly. I don't know the number. 40 years, it starts every Friday.
And that's your staff that's starting it every Friday, right?
Yeah, we start it now, but it
was
used to
automatic.
start automatic every Friday. The other ones do.
It would still start automatically every Friday, okay.
So I believe that's 2 that are in favor of air conditioner, and I think there was a third, but
I agree.
Okay, we're good with that. So what we'll do. So now we'll have to schedule, because I believe, yes, it's a hearing, correct? So we'll have to schedule a hearing to amend the capital list. And I'm gonna turn to, there he is. Because it's part of the capital's facility plan. So I would assume we have to amend the capital's facilities plan. That'd be one hearing though.
Right. With that though, with the investigation we did on the livestock barn roof, is it still your recommendation to replace that in 2025? Or can we get a few more years out of that?
Let me take another look at it. What I saw, and I will give the board a tour one-on-one if you want. I'm a little more concerned, I got to spend a little time there and really evaluate that at 7 at time. But what I saw yesterday with the way the courthouse is looking, getting concerned with that. As far as the painting of the courthouse, we are starting to bubble and the stucco's getting ready to come off. And once you lose that, then you have the ability of getting
Water inside.
yes. And ruining your concrete structure. So I don't want to push that too far off. From what I saw, it's starting to not look so good. So, but I'm going to go around. We're going to evaluate. I'll grab Miller and go around and do some.
so you're saying that project might get moved from 2076 to 2025?
That could get moved up. Again, we'll talk about that more, after the winter. We got one more. We'll make it quick. Well, I don't know. We'll see.
You're still on time.
So this has been kind of an ongoing saga with us city for a while. For years, the county was paying the water. Let me go back. The water supply from the city comes through 1 meter for the courthouse and the jail. For a long time, and I don't know why, the city always saw it as a 1-inch meter. We never really paid any attention to it because we just paid the bills. And then all of a sudden around 2018, or actually not around 28, last year, the city said, wait a second, there's a 4-inch meter on that thing, not a 1-inch meter. And for those of you you pay based on your meter size because that's what your water availability is. So with that said, they sent us a bill for $93,000 for back fee. Now we did the math. Our math doesn't quite compute to their math. So our accountants went through and did it, and that's what this spreadsheet is. The first column is a 1-inch meter through 1820. That's what we paid, the 5,400. If we would have had a 4-inch meter to that same time period, we'd have paid $73,000. that same time period, so it's a $68,000 difference is what we saw, not 93,000. Now, that's saying if we went, that's us going back about 5 years. They said 6. I don't think the 93. We did 5 because that's what we could find for bills. So we actually had something that we had. Was that we could say this is what it was. You know, I don't believe we should pay the whole $93,000. I mean, you know, that would be like us not billing somebody for, I don't know, let's say SEPA fees or something. And then coming back later and saying, wait a second, we haven't billed you guys for your fees in the last 6 things. So now we want to go back and back bill you. So I wouldn't say we should pay the whole 93,000. I mean, you could look at paying 1 year. Saying, you know, or any, I mean, we could offer something up. If we don't offer something up, they'll probably take us to court or try.
So their billings were all based on a 1-inch.
Yes.
Do we know, is there any possibility that we had an agreement for back in those years and why it was a 1-inch? I mean, I don't think the city probably made mistakes.
Well, I wouldn't think so, but there's no agreement. We couldn't find anything.
We
that-
just can't find it.
Right, I'm
Could be
not
in a
saying it-
box somewhere.
Yeah, I'm not saying it didn't exist, but I've never seen it or heard of it. Again, we never really paid that close of attention. The same thing happened to us at Annex 1 with PUD when they owned the building. There were 2 services, they were only billing us for 1. They figured it out. We talked to them and we came to an agreement, and, you know, they didn't bill it. Eventually they ate the thing. I'm not gonna say the city's gonna eat this stuff. I think there's something else that plays into this that's not part of my deal. And so it might be a tit for tat.
So have they submitted you a request?
Oh,
for The whole
yes.
thing?
Yes, they've submitted a letter a while ago. We've been going kind of, I have not formally done anything. We kind of put it on, I don't want to say we put it on hold. We worked behind the scenes to see, you know, what the legalities were.
Yeah.
Of, do we have to pay it? Can we just go tell them pound sand?
Right.
I don't believe we could tell them to pound sand. For a while, I thought pound and sand would be good, but might be after talking to the prosecuting attorney some, it doesn't seem like that's the way we can really go. So they would like a response as soon as possible.
Mr. Christopher.
Oh, wait, thank you. I understand the want to not pay. But if we used, my opinion, and my opinion only, if we used a service and we owe a debt, we pay off our debt. Maybe because that's how I was raised. That I've never had delinquent debt. I've never done a bankruptcy. I don't believe in them. I think they're a scapegoat for paying off your debt. This would be about the same difference to me. The way I look at it is, even if we did pay back 5 years, we still got 20 years before that, a hell of a lot cheaper. So we should be thanking our lucky stars. With that, I would be okay if Public Works tried to work out a deal with them to what would make them happy. But knowing that I would not be in favor of not paying our bills.
I think being budget-based organizations, both the county and the city, in doing the designs, I think we actually did pay our bills. And if there was a mistake done or something that occurred 20 or 40 years ago, I saw this a lot in the city of White Salmon when they used to run lines and people would get a free water line, way back when, because that's how things were done back in the day. And so those agreements were always there. Some of them were handshake agreements. It's hard to believe and imagine that there could ever be a meter that was installed that didn't have some sort of agreement in place with it in which they paid that. And that's probably been lost to the people who are no longer there. So we did pay our debts, and I want to be very clear that we've paid every bill that came into the county. And I know that there's a legal amount of time that you can go back. It's usually 2 years in many cases. Some different things, it's 3 years, And so with that, I would say that either one of the commissioners, I would recommend at least one of the commissioners with Public Works would negotiate for what the county, an equitable value. Because I think 10 years, which is what they started with, is kind of ridiculous.
And I agree. I think we need to have some conversations with the city, because we did pay the bills. And there is some differences that need to have a discussion.
And we've also given the city many years of benefits from what the county has supplied to them. Is there a commissioner that would be wanting to volunteer? Or would you like to appoint one?
Well, I would volunteer, but as I have a different opinion than the majority of the board, I don't know that you would want me to do it. But if you would want me to do it, I would be happy to negotiate in good faith with the city of Goldendale.
And I don't think there's such a difference of opinion, but I'd also be glad to work with you, Jeff, for keeping that relationship, a good relationship with the city, recognizing we respect them. I do have one question. This is out of my naive about the situation. The billings that we received were based off the 1 inch. Was that actual use, or was that just based off of having a 1 inch?
No, you have a base fee and then you have a usage.
Okay. So the differences come in the base fee. Okay.
Yeah, this is base fee only.
Okay. Okay. That makes a big difference for me with negotiations.
So we paid the usage.
Correct. Mhm.
We just didn't pay the base fee, which is considerably different.
Okay.
And one of the questions I had for staff was what are we actually using? Does that need to be a 4-inch meter for capacity flow, or how much did the engineers over-engineer it when they put it in because it's cheaper for them to just oversize it when you actually don't need that?
So we did that. That was part of our research. We looked at how that's set up. And what it is you have a 6-inch line that comes in to the manhole just outside of the jail. It is split from there into 2 4-inch lines. One of them is fire suppression that goes to the jail, only the jail. That is not metered. That is because that was the first thing. If they metered that, then we would have something to say, but that is not metered. That leg is not metered. The other leg is, and then that leg goes in, and then a 2-inch comes off of that and goes to the courthouse. A 4-inch goes into the jail. Now we had the jail looked at, and with the 2 inches adequate for the courthouse, that's typically what you put in. The jail, though, the least you could get away with is a 3-inch, because you have all those toilets, you have a kitchen facility. We had our mechanical engineer calculate is based on how many faucets and things like that you have. And the minimum you could get by with was a 3-inch, and he would recommend it. The problem is the cost would be quite expensive because you would have to take the floor out of the jail to install a new 3-inch pipe.
So you couldn't just put a 3-inch valve on a 4-inch pipe?
No, because when you went from 3-inch to 4-inch, you lose all your pressure. Because all the lines in the jail are 4-inch.
So this isn't a matter of putting in a new meter, it's a matter of putting in a new meter and replacing all the lines.
Yes. Because what would happen is it would shrink it down from a 4 to a 3, and then it would hit that 4-inch, and then you would lose pressure at that. So it wouldn't be advisable. And again, you're still, like he said, he would not recommend it. He said, the numbers work, but you could, to use his synopsis is right after dinner, and they decide to do laundry and everybody's flushing the toilet, you might have problems if somebody else was taking a shower. Somebody might not have water pressure, or have reduced water pressure.
I don't know how they couldn't catch that the county was only being billed for $81 a month. And for how many years the county got away with $81?
See, that's
about what each house probably pays.
Yes,
Community and.
that's exactly what it is.
which is
yes.
why I think there was an agreement some time ago.
But without proving an agreement, you can't claim an agreement.
I like to say in this instance, we kind of live in a glass house.
And we
Because-
threw stones and they're throwing stones back.
Yes, and
And now we're gonna do it again, but okay.
but we also live in a glass because we allowed sewer rates to stay low for quite a while too. Again, I'm not saying this board, I'm saying previous. And it isn't, the city's administration that's sick. I mean, they're the ones wanting money. They're not the ones that allowed this to carry on in the past.
Well, I have a very good working relationship with 90% of city council, so.
It,
However this board would like to go, it's wide open to me. I'm game.
Being the chair, why don't you take it on?
And I'd like to.
Okay.
I honestly was sitting here thinking, and I know Mr. Christopher has worked with the city. I've done some things and have my relationships with the city too, but I have some ideas on this, and I would like to work with Mr. Hunter on this.
So what I'll do is I will write the administrator a letter.
Okay.
Saying that we would like to set up meeting with our chairman,
Mhm.
myself, probably the administrator, and whoever they want to select from their council or their mayor
Okay,
to discuss it.
perfect. Yep.
That's what the board wants.
That is what the majority of the board wants.
And I think it's crucial to keep that relationship. Chair to chair and top administrator. We'll work through this
Okay, that's what we'll do then.
because that'll be our relationship going forward.
Mm-hmm.
So it's important.
And I think that's all I have. That is all I have, I think.
Thank you. That was enough trouble for today.
It was.
Just send me a copy of your letter.
Okay,
and
will do.
Let me know if there's meetings. I'll get it on the
Okay.
calendar.
One last thing, we're gonna be talking about the declaration emergency letter, and I talked with Squeeny County Commissioner Lannon. And when they did their declaration of emergency, when they send it to the state and the state decides you have to meet all these criteria for the amount of costs.
Mhm.
And so I wanted to make sure that the generator could be something that we could put on there and other things. So hopefully we'll be able to get in touch and try to figure out the overall cost to the county.
We're actually doing that now because we need to have it done today. Got really no lead time on that, but that's a different subject. I will take that up with somebody else. But so we are actually putting those costs together as we speak. So yeah, we will have that. And just a heads up, I don't know if they told you, you have to do the declaration back to where the event started. So I'll look at what we have and I can tell you what that is. Also, I don't know if anybody reached out to PUD. I had talked to emergency man, and when I sent them an email, they were asking, I said, did you ask PUD? I don't know. Did they? Did we get anything from them? That I don't know. I can reach out to Jim too, see, because they had a lot and that helps us get over that threshold for a camping. Okay. So I can talk to Jim too. Good. Okay. Okay, I'll give you the.
Right.
Anything else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Great. Economic development. Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you for being patient. And time got away from us. Thank you.
Good morning. I want to start off with the Klickitat mill site. We've been working on getting line item numbers and we got those this morning. So I didn't know if you guys want to discuss that today or set up a workshop for later this month or.
Maybe a brief update. So we decided.
Sure, I'll, So
Good to hear good news on it.
So everything in green would be covered under the $90,000 that we allocated for that section of the budget. And is also what has been recommended by the professionals to accomplish first and prioritize. And then everything else is line item, just in case you wanted to switch things around.
It's really good.
So we have about $90,000 that we can utilize for various types of studies on there. Again, everything in green is what ecology has recommended, line by line, but really it's kind of whatever the commissioners choose to go with in regards to the mill site.
Well, the green numbers of my math is correct, is at 88,000.
Yes, it would be covered. That's what $90,000 of budget would cover. Sorry, I should rephrase that. Because these are the recommendations, it is $90,000 would cover the recommended items. Sorry.
We didn't include any overhead or staff time or any of our time on here.
That's in a different budget line that we allocated $15,000 for administration.
Okay.
So altogether, there's $200,000 that was awarded for the integrated planning grant, about $15,000 for admin and wages, and another 85,000 roundabout for the testing, for the vertical and horizontal drilling.
I guess for me, stakeholder interviews, surveys and meetings, $13,000. Community engagement and outreach such as open houses and forums to solicit comments on plans and documents, $13,000. We've had so many of those that it would be nice to get a little bit bigger bang for the buck and do something else. But if that's what ecology is recommending us to do more.
Yeah, and that's something that as a board, if you want those dollars allocated to a different line item is perfectly fine. And I feel like we have done a lot of work in this area already. And I don't think that using outside firms to necessarily conduct in-depth community
But-
outreach is necessary.
That's kind of where I'm at. If that's $26,000, and we can get some of this other work done.
Mhm.
If it's going to need to be done, I would rather use that 26,000. Not that I don't want to hear from the public. We've had plenty of hear from the public already. And I believe we as a county can go hear from the public without costing $13,000. So it would be my recommendation to remove those two and prioritize them wherever staff thinks they should be
So-
prioritized.
So for instance, the ones in white are the remaining ones that we have that we can select from. And so if we take out that $26,000, the boundary and topographic survey, as well as the bathymetric and in-water habitat survey, I don't see that as being relevant to us, which leaves us the three options at $30,000 conceptual economic impact model or right-of-way analysis for site configuration,
That's a must as far as I'm concerned.
and then develop policy recommendations.
The only thing is I don't want you to strip away totally being able to hold your public meetings, make sure, because you will have to have a few more.
Right, but our staff can do that.
Right, we
You
can
can
do that as a
afford-
county
you can
without
afford.
hiring
Mhm.
Bill
Yeah, no,
Blackie,
I'm not,
you know, to do it for us.
yeah, I agree. I'm not into staff
I
can
think,
take care
and
of
I
that.
think we've already had 3 or 4 community engagement public meetings
Scheduled.
out there already
Yeah,
in the last 18 months, 2 years.
So their contract doesn't need to be $90,000. Their contract can be whatever we want them to do. And then we can do that and use staff time to do some of that outreach a lot cheaper. Especially because that's what we have staff for. The conceptual site plans, my goal is to get this thing done and to get it moving on. And I want to have something that we can take to them and say, look, you can do this with the property because we've done our drillings and cores. This is what you can do. Come to us with your ideas. Here's our conceptual site plans. I don't know if we need a right-of-way analysis because we already own it. And I think we own right to it. So that's something I think we don't have to do, but if we need to. And I think we can, spending the money on the development and funding strategies, our goal is either going to sell the property, knowing what it's worth and let it out, or the goal is going to be to put out an RFP or RFQs for people to come in and bring us their ideas, and we would own the underlying ground and they would build what they want on top of it. So we need to focus on getting to that. A lot of this, the regulatory assessment for $8,000, it's just, I think we need to focus on getting to the end goal. And we bring these people in to do the stuff that we can't. We've been talking about this for far too long.
I guess I will agree to disagree where the conceptual drawings is all nice and fancy dandy. If you want to put an RV park and a swimming pool and that we've seen that whole approach. If you don't do right-of-way analysis and site configuration, you hamstring the other approach, which may not suit individual needs in the room. But that approach would be if it was pieced out to different entities that wanted to do something on their own with it, as opposed to being a county-funded project. So I would hate to not do those other things, like the right-of-way analysis.
I think we can take some labels off of things. These are kind of ecologies labels. And so when you're looking at making that parcel become a reality of what can we use it for? Where are the boundaries on it? Where does ecology say the danger points are that we can't go near? I would like to see that conceptually on a piece of paper that says this is exactly what we can work with. And then just go from there. So the right-of-way analysis in a filmy sort of way might be a little bit a part of that. The conceptual ideas might be part of that because you could only do buildings. You can't have human habitation. Everything that comes out of this study is going to derive what property do we really have. So if you can kind of jimmy rig some of their labels to fit, to find us those pieces of property so we can talk about the real spaces. That's what I'd be looking for.
Another one I have a question on, do we really need to do a building condition assessment? Yes, we've already done that. We know that it has asbestos. We've already done all that in the past. We just need to start taking the thing down.
And from my understanding, in regards to an update for the building, I do agree, we don't necessarily need the $5,000 building condition assessment. My understanding, Jeff has been working with Roosevelt to bring that cost down for the demolition of that building, so.
And we have a lot done.
The one side note, just to remind the commissioners, the big thing on this is gonna be that vertical and horizontal drilling underneath the concrete pads to see what the level of contamination is and see what level of liability is encompassed in that. If there is any sort of contamination, we automatically qualify for remedial action grants through ecology to assist with the cleanup. So just throwing that out there. So if there's going to be any disturbance of those concrete pads.
Where are we at with the surfboard grant for that project that went through with Mid-Columbia Fisheries? You know, they got a $200,000 grant to look at all that, which I'm very glad that we're not doing bathymetric in-water surveys when they've already done all that. But have we had an update from them in a while?
We have not had an update. I would say probably in at least a month and a half. We haven't spoken to Margaret Newman yet.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll be a crucial part of where is the property. Yeah. And I'm glad other entities are working on pieces.
Yes.
Saves us a lot. Well, sounds good. Yeah, maybe kind of fine tune the list again.
Okay.
Let us know what you can fit in that amount and.
Okay.
Perfect.
And if these are, to me, if these are ecology recommendations, I would also want to run it by like building condition assessment. I literally run it by them and go, look, we know the assessment of the building. We're handling it. Do you really making us do this? And make sure they're like, oh, well, okay, no, we're good. I don't want them to have a problem because we took it upon ourselves to change things. And then them have a problem with that.
Any other questions? Okay. The Department of Commerce Grant Writer Program, the new director of the program, Terry Drexler, reached out to our office, and she was just looking for information and ideas as she gets the program rolling. One of her ideas would be to kind of pool grant writers and have them contract directly with Commerce, and then give the list out to ADOs so they can choose which grant writer they want to go with. The benefit to the county or the ADO would be that there's no financial out of pocket as the contract is with Commerce and not with us. So that's one idea, but there's nothing set in stone. And she's just trying to build the program at this point. So as I get updates or we get updates, I'll inform you guys. The Evergreen Manufacturing Grant, we supported 2 UAV companies for this grant with the Department of Commerce. One company is pursuing $400,000, the second company $225,000. We will find out this month if either one were funded. The Regional Innovation Hub, so the ICAP or Innovative Cluster Accelerator Program. We're on the core team. This is something MCED and GTA was awarded this program. And right now, so far, we've generated a vision and mission statement draft, identified industry leaders to participate in planning efforts and recognize potential roadblocks. This is something that we're just ongoing meeting with them, and we're hopefully going to be doing an in-person meeting with the core team down in Dallasport next month. So waiting on more information on that. Business retention and expansion. We are currently working really closely with Lorena to identify any businesses within the county that were affected by the snow and ice and any damage that has been done. She's been working really hard one-on-one with businesses, and we've set up kind of a general information meeting at Cafe Genevieve's this Thursday, trying to just get businesses as much information about resources and also collecting data about damages. Broadband, we're continually just following the Department of Commerce and broadband office monthly updates. working with the local ISPs for a deployment plan. The last known dates as far as the first applications will be this fall is when they're looking to have those applications ready. Lodging Tax Advisory Committee, yesterday we had a successful meeting. We had presentations and reviews, considering that there were cuts across the board when compared to last year's funding. The meeting went very smoothly and we're done before lunch. So.
All right, so going on to my portion real quick, and we'll get into some more surfboard stuff towards the end, but from our last year, the city of Bingen had applied for 0.09. They're continuing their efforts, and they were just recently awarded $35,000 for the middle housing grant for planning purposes. KC Board, we got a meeting on January 23rd. Or we just had our meeting on January 23rd. And since that, we've been doing an extensive amount of research on housing and housing funds. We're almost done. We'll be done by this Friday as far as our analysis on what every single county in the state does. So we've called out 39 counties on exactly what they do with those two funds to see how we can move forward as a county. In regards to infrastructure, the pump storage project, we're still waiting on the final environmental impact statement through FSEC. That was supposed to come out this last November, then it was delayed to December, and we're still waiting. So I'm going to kind of combine this legislative update with the Columbia Gorge Regional Airport. So we had successfully submitted through both Representative Gina Mosbrecker's office and Senator King's office a $1.4 million request to assist with the budget shortfall at the Columbia Gorge Regional Airport. Senator King only has $300,000 to $600,000 to allocate within his region. And so that's not looking promising as far as the full 1.4 million. Maybe we can get a portion of it. He does like the project a lot, but what that has resulted in is an ask I've got for the county commissioners. We have they've changed at the federal level. They have changed the earmark name from like earmarks to community directed spending budget allocations. And now they've changed it again to community initiated projects. And the city of Dalles is asking us if we would like to do another request this year. It'd be about the month of March, just like we did last year. Try and put in another request for that funding shortfall. We would like to do it. Right now, we're trying to see kind of a plan of attack on how to apply for it. Because last year we went through THUD with both the city of Dalles and Klickitat County. And this year we might be able to do something through economic development, a new program, as well as the airport improvement program or grants for airport improvement projects, which is through the transportation and HUD subcommittee. There's a couple different ways to attack this, but in essence, I'm asking, is it okay if I start applying for that? Because that's going to require me going to our local elected officials and letters of support and everything else.
So tell me if I'm wrong, but one of the issues of that program is in order to get those dollars, they have to pass a budget. And they're still operating on continuing resolutions because we got, about $9 million for the Hood River Bridge through that whole program. And they haven't passed a budget. So we don't know if it's going to just fall away. So I have no problem going through it, but they haven't passed a budget in how many years now? So it kind of scares me for the hopes. It gets everybody's hopes up and then it never goes through.
I think if we do apply for it, we'll be going back to the investment review committee, regardless, asking for the shortfall. Once the architectural and engineering design work gets done, we'll have solidified numbers on what the project's going to cost. And we were, I would say, when we came up with the new revised numbers, those were during the height of the inflation, everything like that. So we're hoping that some of those numbers have softened and come down a little bit. So
Question just for clarification and reminding me, this project is not on hold until we can find these dollars, correct?
no, we're
We're
proceeding.
moving ahead.
Yep.
We just know there's a
Design.
shortfall that we're working on. That's
Yeah.
what I remember, just making sure.
Yep. And before we go back to the investment review committee, the US Economic Development Administration, they want us to get through the architectural and engineering portion utilizing the 0.09 funds. We have some emails as written proof to say we can start drawing down those funds. So,
No, and thank you for asking.
Yeah.
I like the pre-work.
okay.
Yeah.
I guess one of this goes directly into our conversation about the pool funding request for the capital budget. You know, if Senator King, because usually the off year is a time for making small budgetary adjustments. And if Senator King only has $300,000 to $600,000 to put towards projects within his whole district, we have the pool asking for 2.6 million. For our House and Senator Corey, we're gonna have to make a decision on which one we prefer.
I don't disagree, but that's why my recommendation still stands that this board needs to have a list of projects in ranked order that it wants to submit to the legislature every year, and this board has chosen not to do so, so. It doesn't mean I can't support their project, I just want to support this one more. Kind of scenario. And you can do that beforehand with a little planning.
I guess we're talking about what we have to do now, not what we want to do in the future.
Right.
So,
And what, I think we have substantially done what we could do in the past as a county in regards to the pool. And for me, these are two very, very different projects for the impact to the county and the people of this county, and for what that could bring in economic development for our county.
I have no problem with us asking for anything that Senator Corey or our representatives can bring to help, because anything they can bring to help will help strengthen when we do get our designs done with going back to the feds in commerce.
Okay.
So.
I would
Whether-
say, my recommendation would be use every avenue available.
Okay.
Thank you.
And that includes moving forward with the March application for the
Okay.
feds.
Thankfully, we have a good template from last year.
Well, and remember,
Today.
the Senate calls it one thing and the House calls it something else.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
And now moving on, natural resources, I was gonna provide a number of things updated. I know it's a little outside economic development. But a few things came across my lap and I want to make sure the county commissioners were aware of it. So the Switzer project, thank you again for getting those letters signed and everything like that for the comments to the public. I think there was like 20 something letters in there that were signed by us. So thank you. We sent that over to the Benton County for their
We
committee.
had letters for comment.
I think so, yeah. We submitted it last week.
It was on the consent agenda. And that was for the board chair to electronically sign the responses to the comments that were submitted.
Those responses, the lead on that was ecology. So I was not putting in anything within those response letters. So we're still working with Aspect Consulting on the amendment still. That's I think Jake and Lori, I think you both could probably commiserate with me. The level of bureaucracy with ecology is something new to me, if that makes
A little
sense.
different than commerce, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit. I thought we were slow at commerce, but ecology, we are working with them, still working with Michael and Ingrid. And we're looking at both the time extension and some funding considerations with those amendments. Dry Butler Creek, the Q4 reimbursement was successfully completed. The end of that contract's June 30th of this year. The surfboard calendar I just gave you, I consulted with I want to say Chamomile from Ecology on that. There's some of those dates on there are solidified by Ecology. I can't switch those dates around. So we went line by line on that. Those were some of the recommendations that she had. We had some minor adjustments as far as time from 7 to 9 PM, for instance, to maybe 6 to 8 PM. One thing I need to ask the county commissioners in regards to this is we need to go out for public notice this upcoming Monday in order to stay within those timeframes set within that calendar. I haven't reached out to the technical committee or CRC. Hopefully I can get with you, Jake, later on the actual process of engaging as the lead entity, how to engage the TC and the CRC in regards to getting that calendar completely solidified and sent out. But I think in the meantime, I need to get permission from the county commissioners to go out for public notice to request for projects.
Yeah, and I understand that you do have a time frame on that, to get those advertised so people could potentially
Yeah.
submit.
The first thing on there is, I think, March 6th off the top of my head. That's the first, so in order, like, we got to make the time hack, which is 2 weeks prior.
Yep,
For public notice
it
period.
gets away from you quick.
Yeah, very, very, very. quick.
Everybody
And
has their own time.
February is a short month, so, and then lead entity, I wanted to just say some things that are a little bit different this year than in years past. I went through the entire manual 18, actually just yesterday, read through that sucker front to back.
So-
And, so there's 4 main programs. You got the surfboard, the PSAR, regular and large capital projects, targeted investment program, and then the new one, which is riparian funding. For the riparian funding, this is $23,870,000 set aside for that program specifically. As they've divided that down, the Lower Columbia Fish Recovery Board was given about 4.7 million of that, or 20% of the budget. Upper Columbia Salmon Recovery Board was given $2.4 million, or 10.3% of it. And if a lead entity is unable to fully obligate its riparian funding after the 2024 grant round, it'll either carry into 2025 or transfer its entire allocation to another lead entity. So that 23,800,000 is divided amongst the lead entities specifically within the state. So just throwing that information out there.
So that's the new program, and the sponsors should be aware of it, and they should be looking into applying for it. I talked with our Yakima County cohorts, and they're looking at doing our regular. We get 30% of it, so we get, I think it's close to $500,000 in that program. And so that's just going to be an additional program. And so hopefully all of our TC and TC members and sponsors are following it. The email I sent out to them said that they,
Okay.
I got responses that they're looking at it. We haven't had, as far as I know, a conversation with the Lower Columbia. But as long as it gets separated out per lead entity, then we should be fine because they're not taking a regional approach to it.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm excited to hear that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's good to preserve that money.
And so for the budget, we've got $90,584 for admin from 2023 to 2025. And then our grant total is about $800,000. So just throwing those numbers out there.
Good.
And then that's it.
We just need to get somebody hired.
Yes.
But thank you for taking a look at Title 18 and all the changes and updates. I haven't had a
Yeah.
chance to yet.
Okay. Sounds good. Is there anything else for the commissioners?
Speaking of hiring, thank you.
Okay.
Speaking of hiring, I talked to the board chair today, she's got to review the list. Once I hear back from the board chair, we'll decide if there's, or see if there's support to interview any of those 8 applicants.
You'll have it today.
And or have another discussion about other options.
Yep.
So
Thank you.
maybe at the workshop.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Yeah.
Come to-
Give us a little more time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, no worries.
I have one question. Do we have any updates on, have we been able to help anybody or facilitate any of the apprenticeships with ESD 112?
No word yet on anything that the county could support, but we did meet with her, and came up with some ideas for potential.
One thing to note in regards to the apprenticeships. Just throwing this out there for county commissioners, the students decide what they want. Like they have a dream list of the things that they want to apprentice in. So even though and in the past, we've had apprentices type programs here at the county. So far, we haven't had any interested parties out of the high schools that wanted to.
Right, but I want to make sure that we, as we're having conversations out in the business world, that we're relaying to them that this is an opportunity that they might be able to look into and potentially receive an apprentice, not just county.
Okay.
Yes, and we did pass a list of potential businesses off to the director of that program. And then when we met with her, we came up with even more that could be.
Okay, good.
So,
good.
yeah, when we get an update, I think she does most of those. She'll probably be starting in about a month, getting those organized for summertime apprenticeships. So when we have an update, I'll be happy to share.
Perfect.
And usually every June we do a small job fair over at the Golddale High School, because they have a lot of it, and that might be a really good opportunity to get some of the word out on this for local student body.
Yep, I just know for them anyway, it could be useful. So whether we get apprentices at the county or if local businesses get apprentices, either way, it's a win-win. So
Okay.
The word needs out because not enough people know about it.
Sounds like you're working hard on it. I'm thankful. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So commissioner reports, updates, comments, moving forward.
What do you want to do first? We've got the board applications.
Sure.
You want to start there?
Yeah, we can start with board applications.
Um,
We have one resignation.
Weird place to put it. You'd think it would have been under unfinished business. Madam Chair, we have before us the resignation of Kelly Clothier from the Citizens Review Committee. And we received an application from Dan McDonald for the Citizens Review Committee, filling that spot. My motion would be to approve.
I'll second the motion.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Hearing none, the resignation of Kelly Cawthor is accepted and Dan McDonald for Citizens Review Committee approved.
Madam Chair, we have before us an application for the Klickitat County Planning Commission for District 1, Seat 2 that is currently vacant. We received an application from Andy Van Laar. My motion would be to approve.
I'll second for discussion.
And discussion?
Was there any other applicants or just the one applicant?
Just the one applicant.
That's what I thought, and I did read the application. That's the only discussion I have.
And I have to say, let me see, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Hearing none, the application from Andy Van Laar is accepted for position, District 1, Position 2, Planning Commission. And thank you, Mr. Van Laar. You'll be a valuable asset, I'm sure.
Did we not have the holdover from last week?
That's down below under unfinished business,
Oh,
but we can move it up. I don't see why we couldn't.
So what would you like to pick?
Resolution.
Okay.
Has any commissioner had a chance to contact Mr. Perry or have any conversations? I don't know the individual.
I have not. I have been away, so I did not catch up on this one. Mr. Christopher, did you have?
Was not my appointment and, no, it's in violation of county policy, so I did not. It was not my recommendation.
So
It's District 3,
Mm-hmm. Sure is.
and you don't want to reach out to Mr. Perry and get to know him?
The recommendation was from this board to appoint, so please don't put words in my mouth that I don't want to reach out to him and get to know him. That's not what I said. That's what you said.
But that's what I heard. so-
No, what you heard was we have an appointment policy and this board did not follow it.
So moving forward, how would you like to correct that? If you have a problem with the policy and the way this application.
I
came
don't have a
forward.
problem with the policy. I have a problem with this board not following county
Okay.
policy.
So how would you like to correct that situation so we can move forward?
We would follow county policy and the District 3 commissioner would make a recommendation for this board chose
Okay.
not to do that.
So, yeah, and I think we have a difference in that reading. We've been there before, so I understand what you're saying now.
So it was what I'm hearing is that we only had one application for District
Correct.
3. The commissioners did not reach out and talk to the person.
No.
And the commissioner does not want to put forward their name as following policy for that position. So it would be my desire then to give the commissioner the time to either interview this person or find someone else for the position to bring forward the names and recommendations. So I don't know if the Civil Service Commission is going to be meeting anytime soon and needs someone, but I have no problem pulling it.
And Mr. Christopher, would that work for you to give you some time to, because it is your district and it was the only application we have. I think I'm thankful to Mr. Perry for reaching out and filling out that application. We should give him that chance. But if you feel there's time needed and process needed, we're willing to give you that so that he can become your appointee, hopefully, if you find his application in order and you'd like to visit with him first.
Well, I appreciate the board allowing me the time to reach out and see if there are any applicants and or interview those applicants and make a recommendation to this board. That is how I always intended to do it. It was just not the intention of the board to allow me to reach out to the general public and see who else was interested, interview and make a recommendation. I would be more than happy to reach out to the public, interview the applicants and make a recommendation to this board in accordance with the policy, if that's what the board so chooses.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
I have to speak to that. We have an entire program that we put together that we did multiple years ago where we actually do go out to the public and some people put it on Facebook and try to find people, and we try to find people for these positions, and there's a process, and that process was followed. Somebody applied. If you did not review the application or did not contact them, when there's only one individual, you had every chance to go out to the public. So saying that the board did not do that is a falsehood, sir. I'm sorry. I had to speak to that.
Well, I would have to, I'm not going to get in debate with the board again over the issue. The policy clearly is spelled out that the commissioner from that district will bring forth names. That is not what happened. So again, let's not discuss a policy that we obviously have a difference of opinion.
So
Let's get to the point today. If the board would like me to have the opportunity to reach out to the public, interview and bring back a recommendation in accordance with the policy, I would be more than happy to do so.
And I think Mr. Anderson was very kind in offering that. I believe there's a difference in opinion in what that policy states, and we've ran across this before. I'm more inclined to honor the person that actually stepped forward as a volunteer to serve on a board, submitted the application without even being solicited, and wants to be a valuable part of our processes. I think this board should consider the application and point them to that board rather than holding up the Civil Service Board for upcoming meetings or what may be coming towards them. We seem to have a valuable person from the public willing to volunteer, and I think we should honor that. I've seen in the past, and I've watched the policy over the years and also been involved in the policy on many of the boards, that was standard procedure, that if someone applied to a board, your letter was on record, that the board as a whole considered them a valuable person that they could appoint to something that we need. So I feel we're within process and we should honor the person that has sent in their application, and that still doesn't diminish your chance to reach out to them and get to know them as a valuable citizen. So my recommendation is to move forward with appointing Mr. Perry to the board, but I'll have to defer to.
Point of clarification.
Okay.
As you're the only person that knows this individual, this board in the past has tried to make sure that the appointees to the Civil Service Commission have a history in civil service, have job descriptions, and are well familiar with civil service, since they will be interviewing and hiring potential candidates in the county. Is it your knowledge of this individual that he has previous background history in anything to do with civil service?
You're mistaken, because I do not know Mr. Perry.
Well, you said, I'm sorry, but you said
And-
before you did, so I apologize.
No, I did not. I know Mr. Perry from the application that he submitted, just like we all had value to read his application and see what he submitted. I also had time that if I had been here for the last 2 weeks, other than other things, that maybe I would have reached out to Mr. Perry to quell some of this conversation. But that wasn't on my menu for the last 2 weeks. My consideration here today is to honor Mr. Perry's desire to volunteer, and knowing that his application was sufficient by just seeing his application, and also to serve that board, to make sure we fulfill that board and they're able to function. And those are my 2 considerations for the day. Mr. Anderson.
I'm reviewing the application again.
Well, I guess to finish my discussion, I did not see anything on the application to show any history of civil service or any qualifications of civil service, and it was this board's opinion in the past not to interview. So hence where I am where I am.
What I'm hearing is that the commissioner, in essence, is not interested in this application or this individual from their district, and in
That
essence.
is not true. Please don't put words in my mouth.
Well, then would you like to interview the person or not?
Or move forward.
I said that should be a bare minimum, so we actually know who we're appointing in the first place. If you go back to the meeting 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago,
Would you like to interview the person, or would you like the whole board to interview the person?
I would think the board would want to. It was just of the opinion of that board that there was no need to. So this board can change its mind if it wants to, but because it's been my argument that if you're going to appoint somebody to a board, you should know who they are. And that's where I will have to go back and watch the video, which I will bring forward if I find it, where I believe the chair said that she knew the individual and she was willing to vouch for these.
No, there was a
So-
double conversation there between Mr. Hanson and Mr. Perry. And my statement was that I knew
Okay.
Mr. Hanson.
Yep, no, I have no problem with
It was
Mr. Hanson.
misconstrued.
I actually recommended Mr. Hanson because he has a history of civil service.
Do you know when the Civil Service Commission meets again? Okay. That would be helpful.
I just believe we're doing a disservice to our law enforcement if we don't appoint people to the Civil Service Board that have
Well,
a history
since
and a knowledge.
and able to move forward, if this works for you to, understanding Mr. Christopher's view of the policy and understanding his desire to bring forward a person and understanding that we don't know right now how soon we have to have someone appointed to that board, and staff will find that for us. If we table this for 1 week to give Mr. Christopher time to maybe discuss with Mr. Perry and to hear back from staff on when we need that position filled. And also, if you wish to bring anybody else forward, if you have somebody else in your quest that you find during that time.
How about the, why not this, figure, we can do interviews in 2 weeks so that Commissioner Christopher has time to find someone who may have a civil service background if there's someone available, or we can interview Mr. Perry. But this board can do interviews in 2 weeks. Does that sound well?
I would agree with that.
I'll agree with that, but I want to question the fact that establishing the fact that we're going to do interviews for every board position changes the dynamics of how we appoint people to the board. So I'd like to look into that, look at the policy and look into that. But for this situation, I'll agree. I think it's good to, because we have so many questions, go ahead and bring in the applicants that you have.
I don't believe that we're setting a precedent that we have to interview for every position. We just appointed to the planning commission, and we don't necessarily know that that person is a project engineer or has a degree in planning. My applicant did, by the way. So I don't know that we do a very good qualification check of all of our applicants. I'm just trying to continue the past board's approach to the Civil Service Commission in good faith to the officers that they represent.
Can you find time 2 weeks from now? The time slot? Okay. That's all. Sure. That's all we need. So next item.
I had on the list Senior Advisory Board that was mentioned.
I just saw an email that we had, I believe it was Sunday Sutton, that was recommended by the Senior Advisory Board to fill a vacant position. So if the Senior Advisory Board made the nomination, I might say, I thought I would bring it up for the board to possibly get one more item of business off our plate.
Do you know which position it was?
Well, it would be for filling the Goldendale position, I'm
Okay.
assuming, since she lives here.
Put her on the Senior Advisory Board.
So with that, if I may, in accordance with the policy, I would like to bring forward the application of Sunday Sutton for consideration. And it would be my motion to appoint her to the Senior Advisory Board.
I will second the motion.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Hearing none, we welcome you, Sunday Sutton, to the Senior Advisory Board.
Hope she knows what she's getting into.
I know, surprise.
We have on here Sally from West District Court. Is she online?
Thank you for being patient, Sally.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I want to talk about grants because I neglected to let you know that I had applied for a grant and received it from AOC. And I have a little bit of a difference, and it's for a new window. It's going to be bulletproof and more secure and public friendlier for them and us. I am applying for another grant to cover the 3,700 difference from what my grant from AOC covered versus what quote I got from Buildings and Grounds. So it shouldn't be any expense to the county. And also I'm looking at a grant for a walk-through metal detector so that when you come into the courtroom, you walk through the metal detector. and also one more camera so that we can see the back of the courtroom.
Thank you, Sally, and thank you for the update. Yeah, it's good to know, and I don't think any of us would disagree with court safety and courthouse safety for sure, and things that need to be upgraded. And thank you for working on the grants. It is important to let us know up front, which is great.
Well, I'm a little tardy in letting you know, but I will be better in the future.
And you did receive the first grant, but now you're looking for the second grant to fulfill that one, correct?
Correct.
Good.
Right. Okay.
If I may.
Yes.
This is Commissioner Christopher. Thank you for your update. Courtroom security is important. I just wanted to make sure you were aware of all potential grant funding sources, and you've been checking with the Department of Justice as well. The federal, US Department of Justice, not just state.
Right. I'm working with the same people that Courtney's working with, and they have multiple grants that we could qualify for. So
They
they're,
should be aware then.
yeah,
Yeah, because I get a lot that cross my email plate, and I do forward them on to the sheriff's office, but I've never thought about forwarding them on to the court. So my bad. And yeah, hopefully you get everything you need.
I'm working at that.
No, you're doing a great job. Thank you, Sally.
Thank you for your time.
It's easy.
Did the Lower White Salmon Coalition Vision Plan presentation got canceled? Did it get rescheduled? Or just canceled? Okay. Okay. Keep my packet in here so I don't have to log minutes.
Uh-oh.
I have an 11:30 meeting.
Okay.
So if we
Would you
can
like-
push off the rest of the unfinished till 1 o'clock, I'm fine with that.
And that's okay with Heather?
Well, she's set for 1 o'clock anyways.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I looked down the list the wrong ways. That's perfect. So we would resume business at 1 o'clock? Or do you want to go for 1:30? 1 o'clock for Heather. Okay.
And yeah, because we
Did-
just canceled that. Yep.
Yeah. Did you make a motion then?
Madam Chair, I would make a motion to recess for the lunch hour.
And resuming back at 1 PM. Do I hear a second?
Sorry, you conclude or you speed it up without me in there. Before I forget, can you have buildings and grounds look at this drawer? 'Cause
He was
the
too busy breaking the
right
drawer.
rails- Well, it fell off in my lap. Was there nothing else on our agenda that we can accomplish now?
I just have a meeting.
Oh, do you have a meeting at
Yeah.
11:30?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I
Got
don't
it. I'll
think there
second.
was. Any discussion? Hearing none. Aye. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion passes. Let's go to lunch. Ready? Great. Good afternoon. I'd like to open the session for the afternoon session for Klickitat County Commissioners' regular weekly meeting. Thank you. 1 o'clock, and we will start with new business. Where would you like to start? We have a letter of support for the House bill. Or you guys are here waiting? Sure. We will move you to front of the line.
Change up our mojo.
The seat of honor.
I'll put my mic on.
So you missed the presentation last week, but really, we're just here to answer any questions you might have about the documents that have been presented to you, so.
Good. And my only concern are budgets. Where we're at with going forward, I know it was a lot when the final came in, so I had some concerns about I would love to say be able to fix that, but going forward in order to do the software, I realized that was your bottom line. that you ended up with. And we all know what the dwindling resources are. So 2025. That was the only concerns I had. Otherwise, I entrust you for that software and that you do need it. It is antiquated.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anything else, Mr. Anderson, Mr. Christopher, you have anything else?
I've already mentioned that I believe it is needed. I believe we have set aside the COVID dollars to do this. I don't just believe it's needed today. I believe it should have been done 10 years ago and wasn't. And I fear if this board doesn't do it today, it's going to be another 10 years of working with antiquated software and the potentials that it causes. So I am very hopeful that the rest of the board will sign the document that I've already signed. Or at least one other commissioner will sign the document that I've already signed. And put this county in a position to move out of the Stone Age. And that's all the discussion I had.
And just to clarify, there are actually 5 documents
It's this
Yeah.
thick over there, yeah.
that,
Yeah.
4 are the Kayenta contract and 1 is Teresa Johnson's contract to assist us in making sure that we go in with a clean general ledger.
Mhm.
And they're
Co-
separate contracts. those-
Right. So COVID dollars that Mr. Christopher mentioned, can you explain that to me?
So we got ARPA money and a decision was made, I believe, at the end of 2020, maybe beginning of 2021, to spend that on a software upgrade.
To set it aside. For clarification, we had 2 ARPAs, roughly $2 million apiece. We set one of them aside to pay for the financial software, and the previous board, on a 2-to-1 vote, spent the second tranche to pay for budget shortfalls created by the previous board before we took office. So that money, that one tranche of ARPA money has been sitting in there. I want to say it's 2.3 million.
I believe it's 2-ish.
Yeah.
Okay. And the total balance on this would be 3.8.
No,
Is that,
Are you looking at just this year's expenditures or are you looking at the total lifetime?
I'm looking at lifetime.
The total lifetime is just shy of 2.8. It's on
Okay.
this particular document.
we have a
Okay.
what it's gonna cost and then a yearly operation,
Okay.
you might say. So technically, yes, if you're trying to add 10 years worth of numbers all in one time.
I believe that only goes till 2030, not 10 years.
It's a 5-year
Yeah.
contract.
Mr. Anderson.
I said my piece last week, and it was the same as yours. The budget implications are long range, far, because it won't end in 2029. It'll continue to go up probably 5% a year. And I believe that you guys knocked that down at one point. They originally wanted 5% plus a COLA,
They wanted 6% or CPI,
6% or CPI.
whichever was higher.
Oh, whichever was higher. Wow. That's quite the negotiation start. I would love to see it not be 5%, but the committee had not only themselves, but they also had outside consultant who was helping to negotiate the best possible outcome that we could get. And I wanted to wait for you to make a vote on this because this is one of the largest financial decisions that we'll have that touches everybody in the county. So I wanted to hold it over for this week. And if you're ready for a motion.
Yes. I'm ready for motion.
Commissioner Christopher, you served on the committee. Would you like to make the motion?
Doesn't matter to me. I would make a motion that we approve the Kayenta contract, the Kayenta Professional Services Agreement, the Statement of Work, and the Kayenta Cloud Services Subscription Agreement that was presented to the board.
I will second the motion.
A motion and a second. Is there discussion?
No, other than thank you all for your hard work on this, and hopefully this allows our elected officials to be able to do their job easier
And more efficiently.
and more efficient.
Kind of an exciting change after all this time for you, I suppose.
Exciting, terrifying.
Terrifying.
Yeah.
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 The next 13 months of hell.
Pressure's off. Yeah. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you guys as well. Appreciate it.
Teresa's comment.
Oh, was it not in there?
Was
Yes.
that not part of the?
That was not part of your motion.
Oh,
That
thank
was
you.
not part of my motion, sorry.
No,
I
you're
read
fine.
it, I read what I had. So I would say that I would make a motion that we approve Teresa, whoever. Teresa is,
TDJ CPA.
EDA CPA's contract with the county for their professional services agreement, which was part of the first one Mike mentioned. But just clarification,
Okay.
that we approve the professional service group, but the acronym she mentioned.
I will second the motion.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? So the motion for the contract passes. Good catch. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Okay. So would you like to move to putting new business off and allowing the business leaders to go forward?
If they're all here and ready early, I will, if I may advise the chair, your call. They more than likely will want to read a proclamation.
Okay.
Last year I had them read it from here as they're going to be future business leaders. The proclamation, I would hope they brought their own, because I made them read it themselves from the board chair's position. So up to the current chair if they want to continue that
Yeah,
procedure.
I think that's nice for them.
agenda itself, the agenda.
And I will give up my chair to the board chair and I'll sit over there.
What
How
do you
about
want to
that?
do here, please?
I believe it's in the agenda. Oh, file.
So if the chair wants to call them forward and arrange that, I will give
Sure.
up my chair so the chair can still sit at the board and I'll sit over there.
Okay, that works. Thank you so much. So future business leaders, if you'd like to come forward to the main table,
I'd make
thank
sure
you.
They have everybody they need.
Okay.
know where?
A little bit of stuff.
You look through that and I'll look through this one.
Did they bring a proclamation?
We did not.
Okay,
They sent it to me.
we'll have to find it.
Okay.
Oh, I found it.
Oh, that wasn't too bad.
Winter chicken dinner.
You guys have already signed something that they
I-
haven't even
I
given me
do.
yet.
Yeah.
Shows how excited I am. Stole my chair.
So who gets to do the honors?
So if you would like to call them forward.
Where,
If you want them to read it up here or not read it up here.
I think they wanted to kind of tell you guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, so my name is Lexi Molnar. I am the president of our FBLA chapter.
My name's Greta Gillum. I'm vice president of our FBLA chapter. My name's Lydia Hanning, and I'm treasurer of our FBLA chapter.
My name is Maggie Gutierrez, and I'm the secretary of our FBLA chapter. So first, we wanted to tell you about our service project, which is called Backpacks for Kids. We make over 270 bags of food a week for different schools throughout our county, ranging from Roosevelt all the way to Klickitat. This is a growing activity that we do, and it's very successful. We've had tons of community service hours given to this project, and it's really enjoyable to do. We also have the concession trailer that we just started. We want to talk about that.
Yeah, the concession trailer is our main fundraiser to go to regionals and FBLA state in April.
Where is the trailer located?
It's in our bus barn, but we
Just
take it out.
take it around to football games.
Football,
home.
other, okay.
Then Maggie will talk about what we just competed in recently. So 14 of our members traveled to Pasco this past week for regionals, and 9 of us were able to qualify in various events, making it to the state competition in Spokane. So that's very exciting. Next, we'll be talking about our activity that we will be doing for FBLA week. I'll read this to you. In the matter of declaring February 11th through 17th, 2024 FBLA week in Klickitat County. Whereas Future Business Leaders of America, Phi Beta Lambda, is a nonprofit educational organization whose first chapter was established in Johnson City, Tennessee in 1942. And whereas this organization has grown now to encompass over 250,000 members nationwide in middle schools, high schools, colleges, universities, careers, and technical schools, and private business schools. And whereas FBLA PBL is a professional organization organized, dedicated to bringing businesses and education together in a positive working relationship through innovative leadership and career development programs. And whereas members perform community service activities and strive to build a student's understanding of the realities of the modern business world. And whereas FBLA PBL teaches middle school, high school, and college students business and leadership principles and assists in the transition from school to work. Now, therefore, we, the Klickitat County Board of Commissioners, do hereby proclaim February 11th through 17th, 2024 as FBLA PBL week in Klickitat County.
Great, thank you.
We invited White Salmon to come speak with us today, but unfortunately they were unable to attend. We're declaring for FBLA week for both schools, White Salmon and Goldendale.
Great. Good. It sounds like you keep very busy. So what kind of events, if you don't mind me asking, did you compete
Yeah,
in?
so we have asked a community business leader to come and present to our class, which will be an activity on Tuesday. We have dress up days, dress like a business leader or what you want to go into in the business field. We have mentor appreciation days. Any other days that you guys want to talk about?
Is this a class you take in school or is this something you do after school curricular activity kind of thing?
All the above. We do it after school, and some of our classes are with Mrs. Gallagher, so we are able to work on FBLA activities in class, such as Intro to Business. That is, there's many kids in that class that are able to take competitions and practice their competitions through that class.
I would be curious, if I may, to hear what each of you wants to do. What do you, is it business or a specific type of business or?
Yeah, so my competition I recently competed in is job interview, and I placed first at regionals, and I'm going on to the state competition for the second year. And it's really taught me a lot. I do this through FBLA and FFA. Lydia and I had just recently competed in social media strategies, which is where we presented how we would post pictures and videos to promote adoption for animals. This was just a prompt that we were given. Greta?
I competed in sales presentation, trying to sell a product to whoever.
What kind of product, I have to know? Was it a gag product?
It was an Apple Watch.
Okay. It
Yeah,
wasn't like you were trying to sell a rubber ducky or something weird. Okay.
I competed in one event with Lexi, the social media strategies, where we were promoting an animal shelter, and we placed 4 at regionals.
Good.
I placed first in event planning, which could be a job later on in life, but any job we choose, you're gonna have business in your job in most jobs, like in the future. So it's good to learn now in FBLA.
Right. Well, good job.
Thank you.
Mr. Anderson.
I would just like to say thank you for coming, ladies. You give us hope in the next generation, certainly. And I would gladly make a motion to approve the matter declaring February 11th through the 17th of 2024 FBLA week in Klickitat County.
I will happily second the motion.
Motion is second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
Better not be anybody.
No. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you guys for coming in. Come back and visit. Yeah.
Which one?
Oh,
Mhm.
oh, that's nice. Yeah.
Be well aware of
I was gonna say, before you all leave, is there any other picture opportunities you want to get while you're here?
Okay.
You want us to come down there or up
Dan
here, or
Ham.
how do you want to do it? It's your picture.
Heather, do you want me to take it?
No,
I'm
That was a
I don't
quick
need a
note.
picture.
Easy and.
Scoot straight.
Center. Get the flags up there. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you
you, you
much.
guys.
Yes, I will.
Kathy, don't you love her? It's great. Okay, where would you like to go from here? I'm losing my voice today.
We have the letter of support for House Bill 1835.
Okay.
You, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
And I guess, for those listening via Zoom, House Bill 1835, is a definition essentially, relating to defining frontier counties and amending the RCWs to define frontier counties as us small little counties over here. So feel free to read that bill if you're interested.
I had a conversation with Zach Kennedy on the Wednesday night meeting about the Frontier Counties bill. He let me know that he would be coming forward and asking for our support for it. And it's starting out as a definition bill, but that's just to get your foot in the door. So that then they can come back later and start, when legislation moves forward, you can more clearly delineate out there what rural means. Because you've got areas that are rural in King County, even though, the county population, persons per square mile is really high. And then so Klickitat County would be a level 1 because we're less than 20 people per square mile. And there's just a few counties that are in that situation.
I believe the bill for Frontier County to qualify, you have to have less than 50 persons
Yep.
per square mile.
Yep.
Where we are 20.
Yep.
Um,
Less than 20, I think we're 12.
yeah, so it's a way to delineate a rural county that may not be really rural. And my hope is that future legislation might be able to provide more funding to us smaller counties that don't have the tax base.
So where
I
it
have
is,
no problems with
where it is currently, it's been passed through the House of, or not through the House of Origin, through the committee, and it's in rules right now. And so this little letter of support would help try to push it through the rules committee. And I would also, if we take this stance, I would also like to be able to testify on it, either when it gets into the Senate or if there needs testimony in rules.
I would appreciate that. So do we need a motion?
I don't believe we need a motion. I think you just need
Just an agreement.
advisory and I support it and you have my my permission to testify in favor of it. I am always, anytime I give my position on a bill, I'm always cautious that I could remove my support at any given time as they change or modify the bill. So, as it stands right now, I do support the language as written. So with that caveat.
And you have my support, Jake. I support the bill too. I think we've had these conversations in the past year about definition of rural and anything that gives us more definition to land us where we need to be for fundings and different issues, that helps.
Okay, that sounds like consensus to me.
Yep.
If you'd like, I can give you a little bit of an overview of the WASAC ledge meeting as well, and other bills and note.
That'd be great.
We've got House Bill 2211, granting local taxing authority to fund criminal justice. That bill is dead. So that was one of them that was, we didn't know where it was going to go. One bill that will be moving, that's scheduled for executive session is 2014 or 5871, and that's the veterans definitions. So that's updating the definition of veterans to come into agreement with the federal government. Substitute House Bill 1956. This is a perfect example of Commissioner Christopher saying I can pull my support at any time because they can completely put a completely new set of language in there. This is the fentanyl bill. It's governor support legislation and it's likely to move forward. It is moving through the process. So these are just numbers you can write down and read at your convenience. A lot of these things are dying, but you should have the Juliana Rose email that got forwarded, hopefully. The House Bill 2307, this is the Public Records Relief Act, is dead, sadly. The thinking up there in Olympia is that until they get through their lawsuit with regards to public records for the legislature, they will not be moving a public records bill.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but that bill, if I'm remembering correctly, had nothing to do with public records for us. It was public records for them.
No, that one was for us.
That one was for us.
That one was for us. No, the one, the legislator, the lawsuit is on them. And so they're not going to take anything forward while that lawsuit is pending.
Oh.
Next one, this is 5770. So this is in the Senate. This is providing state and local property tax reform. This removes the 1% limit and the population growth plus inflation 3%. So it's changing that up so that you can, it's not a 1%, it's 3% or CPI. And then you get to add population in there. They're not sure where it's going to go. WASAC is supporting the bill. There's some disagreement in the majority caucus, but it looks like it's still moving though.
Well, that was the vote last year that passed by majority vote of 1.
Yeah.
Which was this county, was that deciding vote.
In the county.
The WASAC, there was a vote on whether to oppose or support that bill.
Oh.
And it was, so I voted with the direction of this board told me to vote. And that vote was the deciding vote.
We've got House Bill 1037. This is the burial grounds bill. This allows you to be buried on your own property. And it allows local governments authority to regulate it, but it's permissive. And that is actually moving forward. It almost made it all the way to signature last year and they resurrected it, no pun intended, this year. And so it looks like it's going to move forward.
That would just be weird.
What do you mean?
Well, eventually, I would imagine somebody's eventually gonna wanna sell the property. And there's plenty of those out there,
Mhm.
all over the country. So, but yeah. I wonder if that would be part of a title or escrow that you would now be in charge of taking over
It
the
is,
lot.
you've got, part of the bill requires that the burial ground, be, recorded. And so you've got to make sure that it's all there. And then, it also brings up the question, well, what does that do? Now you've got a cultural resource on your property and everything else. And it's like, if someone wants that on their property, yeah, it'll affect the sale value, but a lot of these family properties have been passed down for generations.
Yeah.
So the ADU bills are both moving forward. Both have been amended to be permissive. So the county can choose to adopt the language in there. Those are the big ones, I think, that I would expect that the board would be interested in. If you have any specific questions on any others, I took notes on many of them. I did want to speak to the board, if you'd give that to the girls, Senate Bill 6120. So this is the WUI interface code. It was passed in 2018. Many people didn't think about it then, about what it meant for us rural counties. But since that time, the state has come out with their WUI map, which pretty much puts every household in Klickitat County as part of the wildland urban interface. That then follows to, it sets standards for your driveways, it sets standards for your deck and what your deck can be made out of, what your roof can be made out of. It sets standards on all of that, and it is not permissive. It is part of 1927-031. And so what this bill is by Senator Van de Weg, what it is allowing the counties to do is to come up with their own maps. Because the WUI map that the state came up with was a 50,000 feet, and pretty much if there's trees in a house, everything's in it.
I would disagree. They have their climate zones, that these affect zones that are 7 or higher air quality standard, blah, 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 and we don't fit into that.
That's not the WUI part, though. The WUI part, so I can bring up the WUI map if you'd like to see it. Actually, I should have been forwarded to you in an email, so you should be able to pull it up. But when you look at the interface maps for Klickitat County, it's pretty much everywhere. What this does, this bill would allow the counties to come up with their own WUI maps. This might be a little bit more finely detailed. I think that it's interesting. You can have homes that are surrounded by irrigated agriculture on all four sides, and you're still part of the WUI and these restrictions. So I know that if it does pass, I would hope that I would ask the board to move forward with our own mapping.
Thank you.
So that we could do that. And I'm absolutely in favor of this bill to try to at least give the county some discretion. Noting though that when we wrote the Title 12 road standards, part of that was written in there that I had asked to be included was road standards on the WUI. So at least that we're in concert with what the state's going to require of you anyways.
Yeah, we'll keep us up to date on that one.
But I would like to be able to testify in favor of it, especially when it gets to the House. So I was looking for when you have a chance to read it and at least something that would allow.
I looked through it, and for me, myself, I would encourage anything we can do.
You would what?
I would encourage anything we could do to help support this bill. I've read through it, and I think we need that relief.
Okay. Well, you have your consensus. It didn't come from me. I have concerns. So with those concerns.
Do you have concerns with
not knowing what direction it's going? I can't be a yes or no on it yet.
So do you have concerns with the 2018 bill? Because I have concerns with that as well, or just the changes that allow the local counties to come up with their own maps.
I have a problem with this bill, sir.
So with the new language that allows the mapping. Okay.
And can you expand on what those problems are so that I understand?
No, I would like to see how this plays out a little bit farther first.
Okay, well, for me, Jake, I'm always in favor of local control. And I think that sometimes there's that higher view from Olympia where we don't see the rural areas for what they are. And anything we can give back to the people to help them, and then
So with Commissioner Christopher's concerns, I think when I speak, I'll just speak as Commissioner Anderson from Klickitat County and not speak for the board. I don't mean to speak for the board if there isn't consensus on legislation.
If you have consensus and you have 2 votes, I have no problem with the commissioner speaking on behalf of the county. I guess my point of concern is if they allow counties to make maps or rules without oversight, that's where my concern lies. So.
What do you mean
I'll
without
see how it
oversight?
goes.
Like without state oversight or?
Well, if you get to make your own maps, you can pick and choose what areas are affected or what areas are not affected. And who has to abide by regulations and who doesn't have to abide by regulations. And that is a dangerous situation of unlimited power and that I need to consider closely. So I want to see where this goes, what language gets put in it as it goes through the process. And I may be able to support it later, but right now I can't support it or oppose it.
Can I speak to the
Yes,
1927 part? I am currently back and forth with WABO and State Building Code Council. They are in meetings right now with everybody in Olympia to see how do we proceed with our CW 1927 implementing portions of the Wildland Urban Interface Code to see how much effect it has on our building code requirements. I'm trying to get an answer so I can get it over to Rebecca so I can get my Title 15 back. The last conversation I had with the head of our Washington Association Building Officials Group is that it's going to be pared down significantly more than likely, and that they will be approaching DNR to get them to redo their map so it's not as broad, but that would be 2 to 3 years, they're guessing. But it's going to be pared down a lot for my adoption. So I just wanted to provide that information because we've been bouncing back and forth of do we or don't we have to adopt it? And there was some language that it appeared like we may, but that wasn't the intent of that language. It was that we may adopt in whole or in part, not that we may or may not. So they clarified that, but now there's a whole lot going on. And the last I heard is there will be some decisions made by February 16th. So that's kind of where I'm on hold on my end of adoption. So I just figured I'd give that to you guys.
thank you.
Thanks. And with regards to your comment, Commissioner Christopher, I absolutely agree that if you can make maps without any fact finding, yes. But part of the legislation requires you to use similar or the same standards that the state is using. So it still has to be done to a certain standard. You may amend those standards, but it can't just be, I like this property, I want to make this in it and this person not. It has to be factual.
Again, I will see how the wording turns out as it goes through the process. We all know it's all in the word should or shall, or, so we'll see.
Okay, is there any legislation either my seatmates would like to discuss that for the county to either comment on or support or oppose?
Not today for me. I'm good. Mr.
I don't
Goodrow?
have any.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for your work on that, Jake. Commissioner Anderson. So. Declaration of emergency. Would you like to tackle that?
Sure.
We've had quite a few emails for to help support the schools during the emergency time. What happened to everybody during the storm we had. And the schools found themselves pressed upon for everything they went through, and they were asking for some help for a declaration of emergency from the Klickitat County Commissioners so they can reach out for changing some dates and also some support for the things they went through.
Yeah, so it's my understanding that it's not only to potentially receive some funding, but it's also they're mandated by law to have so many school days, and having too many school days off puts them in a bad situation sometimes. So that in order to have less school days, they have to have permission from the state. Hence the reason they need a state of emergency to explain why they need to change the dates. So I personally have no problem with the declaration of emergency if that will help them out, but
I have no issue with the declaration of emergency. I know it's going to go through FEMA, at least for Skamania County, up at I think it's the military department. One thing I would ask is that we make a motion to approve this where we include one more whereas, including the schools in there. Because I know this is the schools, and so I want to at least have something the schools can point back to that the declaration included them.
I think that's prudent. Okay. So you'll draft us a new one? Okay. And do we need, is this just a decision or do we need a motion at all too?
We have to have a motion for a declaration of emergency.
Okay.
it's fine. Do you want to wait for the new document to make the motion, or are you just happy with the amendment of approving this document? All right, with that wording, got it. Madam Chair, I move that we sign the resolution in the matter of declaring a local emergency due to the winter storm, and direct staff to change the wording and add the county schools to this declaration.
I'll second the motion.
Motion in a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. And those opposed? Declaration of emergency for Klickitat County during the storm that just happened passes. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I have before me a letter of support from the White Salmon Valley Pool Project that they're asking for a letter of support from Klickitat County that they can give to the legislature to try to fund some of the $2.6 million shortfall they have for their pool project. And again, they asked the Board of Commissioners to sign such letter of support, and I am bringing it forward for consideration for the board to sign. I don't know if you would like to start with a motion or if you would like to start with discussion. I'm open either.
You want to make a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that we sign the letter of support for the White Salmon Valley Pool Project capital budget request.
I'll second the motion.
Motion made in second. Any discussion?
I think we had a little bit of discussion on this earlier with regards to priorities. And that might come out of different areas of the capital budget from the dollars that we were seeking from Senator King and our other representatives with regards to the airport project. So I just wanted to bring that up. I have no problem supporting their capital budget request also with the caveat that I don't know, we haven't made a determination of priorities.
Mr. Christopher?
I also agree that I have no problem funding their request, but I do believe that it would be in this county's best interest to have a priority list every year going forward, so we can tell people we do appreciate and support your project, but also in these letters, remind the legislatures that we have a capital funding list ranked and or included with this when we submit it to legislators so they can understand what our priority list is. Sure, we support every project in the county, but we ourselves have it ranked. That's the way I think we should go about it in the future. That way we don't have to tell somebody no because you're competing with us.
We do have a SEDS list. And I believe both of these projects are on the SEDS list.
But not all capital funding requests that we ask for are on the SEDS list.
And that is correct, yes.
Any more discussion?
Nope.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Hearing none, motion passes for the support letter for this pool district. Thank you.
Pool district, school district.
Yeah.
Next will be the cool district. What's this all about?
You're welcome.
Have you done that one yet?
Okay.
Oh, I
Gotta
did.
go through all these yet.
Yeah, I got it. Oh, yeah, item number 4.
And item number 4 was.
Defense contract,
Okay.
conflict attorneys.
Okay.
We are getting close to the 145 that we have all these fine people here. So I would,
Let's do what everybody's here for first. I would
Yes.
say.
that's my
They've been
recommendation.
patient so far. So not everybody can come forward to the table, but who's the one in the hot seats?
I think we're the ones in the hot seat
No?
because we invited them all here.
Okay.
So this is the grant that I brought forth that you can apply for one of 3 different grants to help you with assistance in your documents. One of them is you can apply for up to $3,000 or $30,000 for technology tools, which we do need. 20,000 for organizing file rooms, which I don't know that we have a high demand for. And up to $50,000 for digital imaging and or hiring somebody to scan your stuff, which again, I would say we have a high demand for. I believe we as a county need to come up with some software that we can scan, archive, and search all of our documents. We need to, in my opinion, we need to have an outside company come in and scan our documents because we are not doing it fast enough ourselves. And we as a board need to be better managers of our departments to make sure documents get scanned. So I brought this forward to hopefully alleviate some of the problems that I've seen for over 3 years that we haven't fixed.
I've reached out to all the different departments to bring forward their needs.
Okay.
What their needs are exactly. And that way we can get clear vision of how to move forward and what the needs are.
Yeah. And I thank you for your work on this too, getting everybody organized. So Jake, do you have?
I guess we have been applying, I understand, for this grant for 3 years in the auditor's office, correct?
Brenda applied for it at least once, but I think it was twice, and I applied for it before I sent my microfiche out to be digitized. All of our requests were denied. And by denied, they don't even tell you that they denied it, they just close the grant cycle.
Yeah.
Can't hear her.
Thank you.
Brenda applied for the grant once for sure. I believe it was twice. I applied for it last year before I sent the microfiche out for digitization. And they were all denied. And by denied, I mean, they just close the grant cycle and move on. They don't even notify you that you didn't get it or why you didn't get it. This last time around, we went for the digitization, yes, for the 50 grand, but we also applied for it to organize our file room. Yes.
So again, it's my opinion that just because we applied for it in the past and didn't get it, doesn't mean we shouldn't apply for it. I believe we should apply for it, and I think this board should create policy and timelines for how much documents we have to scan. When are we gonna scan them? When are we gonna put it in the budget? When are we gonna hire an outside company? When are we gonna stop kicking this proverbial can down the road until we are sued by somebody that does a public records request and we can't provide them all the documents because they're not scanned and they're in a box in a shipping container somewhere?
If I may.
It's a lawsuit waiting to happen, and I've been saying that for 3.5
I'm not in disagreement with you. All I'm here to suggest is that it's a very competitive grant. It's not a foregone conclusion that you're going to get it because you ask for it. And with regard to budgeting projects, you're going to need to look at their timing because you can't use that money on something you've already budgeted. You have to ask for it and get it ahead of time. So not that we shouldn't go down a plan. I mean, I'm totally think that you make some valid points about having our records digitized and available, but I'm just, if you're going to do it, don't bank on this grant
Right.
for doing it.
I'm not.
That's my 2 cents.
My question is the auditor's office planning to apply again?
Yeah.
Okay. So in Commissioner Christopher, you're asking for this board to put in an application for digitization or one of the three, as well as with the auditor putting in an application.
I am an elected official that's in charge of departments. I want to put in an application on behalf of the county to manage our departments. If we can work with an elected official to help there too, I'm all fine and dandy with that. But I don't want us to not be derelict in our duty in running our departments because another elected also wants to apply for the grant.
At least.
So we
Should
can
have a county plan that we work forward to and not individual hodgepodge boxes and shipping containers.
After reading some of the information, we do have a better chance doing it as a county as a whole. So it just the cost and what each department wants. Basically just finding out what each department wants to start with.
Kind of.
And were they able all to send you anything back yet on what they think they needed? Okay.
50 grand countywide isn't going to go very
No.
far.
It's not.
I did a request for, I reached out to Modus Technology, who he's always been very proactive and stopping by to check in to see what our needs. So that to me means something. He stops by our county often. I think he stops in the auditor's office as well. And what I need to have done is I have volumes of books that have the index of the alphabetized for the cases. And so I want the indexes to be digitized because Sandra, the former clerk, did a great job before I got there of making sure that all of the prior court records were either on microfilm, which I have microfilm, but those were also put into digital documents that are housed at Washington State Archives in Ellensburg. And then we also have most of those documents on our G drive so that we can access them. But the problem we have is that we have to go to those old books to find the name if we don't have a case number. So I would like to digitize the index so that we don't have to go to the vault, and then it also helps preserve the index so that we have it for in case there's damage for some reason. So that's what I'm requesting. And one of the ways that Sandra was able to get most of these documents scanned, the old documents, she hired a volunteer who came into the office, and that volunteer was trained and sat there and scanned files for a couple of years. So that was how Sandra, somebody who was just needed something to do and came in and completed a lot of old imaging that needed to be done on old cases.
Right, and I believe this county has hired apprentices to do just this in the past. We still have shipping containers full of boxes. The only way I personally see it getting done is hiring a company that shows up with a semi truck, and there are dozens of employees to do the work for us and get it done. And it would be my recommendation that we go out to see what that would cost, how long it would take, and all those other information so that we can make a decision and potentially put it in our budget, or we can just wait until we get a lawsuit and pay the lawsuit.
I do have the RFP that I sent out for the microfiche project. I'm happy to share that if you want to send that out or start with that.
Well, I think Elise made a good start by reaching out to all the departments to kind of say, what's your volume? How do you want to do it? What do you need? Because I know Richard's different than Renee in his needs than the auditor. So we all have needs, but then if we can find a way to put those all in a package that says this department needs this, Renee's department needs it this way, and then start putting a financial number to those, each one of those, then we could do RFP and say, what company could do this and what would it cost? And then it's a matter of finding funding. Great idea, but 50,000, like you said, is nothing.
Do we really have shipping containers full of files, or?
Yes.
Has most things been sent off to the state records office? We know.
That's a very decentralized process. I send my own records off.
We scan all of ours through OnBase, and then our records are available to the public through digital archives from back year 2000 forward.
So I don't have a shipping container full of documents.
No, nor do I. I have
documents.
I have vaults.
I think there's some old documents left from the move, maybe.
From who?
From moving buildings. I think there's some old.
Well, I thought, we're only supposed to retain most documents for 7 years, and it's different for each one, but a lot of those that when we moved, I thought we got rid of a lot that we didn't have to keep, and then a lot of things got shipped to state records. And now everything that goes forward, you're using OnBase, everybody's using their own programs.
But OnBase is available to anybody. I think Public
But in the
Works
same
uses
regard
it.
is, yes, you only have to keep a lot of things for 7 years, but like a CUP, you gotta save it forever. But just because you didn't get rid of it at 7 years, if somebody asks for it and you have it, you have to present it. So yeah, you probably should have thrown the old document away, but because you have it, you have to present it. So if you don't present it, gotcha. That's the problem.
Elise, is there a way to keep working through it with the departments so that we have a list of each department, check that they need some help, and maybe what their volume is or how far behind they think they are? Or if a lot of things that may be in boxes, they aren't even things that we need, probably.
Get an idea here is to say,
Yeah.
just get an idea whether they need organizing the file room, station, technology.
Okay.
I don't
Somebody else.
No, I'm glad you have an idea of what you're looking for, Renee, and how much you need. And maybe if you can communicate with Elise and estimate kind of volume and how long you think it might take somebody to do that.
Good afternoon. So our office usually goes in January and we have our retention schedule that we adhere to, and we go through our vault, we go through our files, if they need to be scanned prior to shredding. We make sure that they're indexed. We've had great discussions with the central, I can't remember her name, Bridget, at the Central Archives. Great help for a newbie like me, just to make sure that we're retaining the records we need to, discarding the ones we don't on that retention schedule. The one thing that I've noticed is that we have 5 boxes of like U-Haul boxes of rolled up maps. I have not opened up any of those. I don't know how old they are, what they are. So Bridget at the archives had just recommended us to probably sort them in a way, if they're plat maps, just surveys of something or whatever, and just try to organize them so we know what we're looking at and if they need to be archived or if they're just for information, if they're just historical. So I think that's the only thing that we have that would be beneficial to get preserved, for one, if they need to be. And other than that, I mean, our old plat map books, we would love to have help with preserving those, because we look through them all the time. Tori comes down and does her deed research that she's required to do. And every time you pull them out of the shelf and open those old books up, you're bound to tear, rip. Fingerprints, of course, are hard on them. So that's something that I myself in the office would look into to help preserve those records. And that's, I don't know the cost. We've been working on other things at the moment, but I appreciate Lisa's email sending out to let us all know. I appreciate that very much.
Great.
And I guess I'll take the intermission time to thank our elected officials for trying to take care of any documents they need to back up. They seem to have done a pretty darn good job so far, so.
The planning department, probably our biggest need is the appropriate software and somebody to do it. Of course, we'll have a new director coming soon, but we need staff, we need help. Yeah, sorry, I don't mean to like beg, but I don't
You
honestly
need
know.
manpower to run a scanner?
What?
You need the manpower because you're already busy? Yeah.
Right. And then
Or woman.
prior to moving and stuff, we had high school students, college like interns. And then we had Leanne actually as an employee for quite a while doing that. And we got a lot done. And you could definitely tell who did the scanning, and some things are much better organized than other things. So
How is, if I may ask this, and you may or may not be able to answer it, when the previous Board of Commissioners paid for interns, and I think they paid up to about $100,000 for the scanner interns, and you got a lot of stuff scanned and you boom, and then the intern ships over, they obviously didn't get everything.
correct.
Has that everything left over decreased since then? Or has it grown since then?
Honestly, since moving to this building, we've been quite busy. I don't know whether it's a new building and it's so nice and people want to plan more, but we've been quite busy and never really kept up on it.
So
And we have
it's the same
boxes.
or growing?
Probably growing some, and
I archived the entire upper floor of Annex 1. So it either got moved here or it was,
Well, that's why I'm trying to figure out what we've accumulated since we got here.
well, and
I don't want to end up back with boxes and piles of things that we haven't taken care of. We can throw money at something but it still comes down to you're gonna have to throw money at it again if you don't keep up on it. That's the question I'm trying to get.
And I think we could have help the high school, college student to do some of the work. Some of our very old documents, ordinances and plans they're going to take actual planning staff who has knowledge.
Can look it up.
to be able-
Otherwise, it can easily get sorted in the wrong spot
Right.
and you'll never see it.
Or what?
Yes and no, you can have the expert stand at the scanner and decide this needs scanned and this doesn't. But we obviously don't have time for our expert to do that, hence the reason why it's never been done. You can hire a company that scans everything. Then when the professional gets free time, they can delete things that aren't needed. At least it got scanned.
When you get your cost analysis, I think they're gonna charge you by the scan too. Or the page.
We
I've
can
seen it
continue
before.
to do it the status quo way, that's fine. We've done it that way for 3.5 years.
And my suggestion for planning, it sounds like you guys did a pretty good job when you moved. That was a monumental feat to get that department moved. And with new planner coming in, I think he's gonna have a very good idea of how he wants that department to look. And cleaning up and setting process going forward is gonna be important. It sounds like in Billy's department and maybe Heather's department, I heard there is process. And so as you're working, you're documenting, you're scanning, you're putting away as you work. And so we just need to get planning up to speed.
And I think the key would be whatever we scan, make sure it's well searchable, which we've tried to make everything searchable, but sometimes like my mind.
Yes.
Searches, search words may be different than what's in the document. or
Kind of like
something.
our home phone book of one person puts it under one thing and one person puts it
Right,
under another.
right.
Mhm.
So, we probably need to go count the boxes that are in the storage room that honestly, I don't think, other than a couple times having to go look for something, we really haven't been in our third story storage room, on a regular basis. But Lord knows, recent with some public records requests between planning, like myself and Heather Joby in the auditor's office, have looked and looked and looked and.
Yeah.
And someday it'll be much easier because we'll have it all scanned and searchable and.
And that's the other thing. How much time and money could you save with public records requests? But
Okay.
Yes. We'll count boxes sometime soon.
I know that when Commissioner Christopher and I first started and we were moving over here, scanning and indexing documents was something that was very high on the priority list. So much so that we were using, administrative staff as well as interns. And I know some departments did everything and they've now changed their processes so that nothing needs scanned because it's just part of the process. What I can say is I take a little bit of a different tact and I say thank you all for all the work you did doing that. The process changes and all that scanning takes an immense amount of time. And I think everybody's done a really good job. Some better than others based on staffing, but I think we're getting there and the scanning isn't such a Herculean task like it was 3 years ago because everybody's put in their time and effort to get it and to fix those processes. So I think we've got a few changes to make, but it's not wholesale and I think we're doing a great job.
I would agree.
Thank you, Maria.
Thank you.
Richard?
Good afternoon. I think I'm the easiest one. We don't really have a whole lot of needs in regards to archiving or anything like that. The one need we have is Dave's old office. That's it. So outside of that, I feel like we've got.
that's the easy answer. Instead of archiving it, just shred it all.
I
So
think
there's, well, it's under lock and key with the sheriff's department.
Thankfully.
but-
Well, and talking to Lynn, I think you guys have done an incredible job of doubling down and condensing those files. I know she spent a lot of time and there was a lot of double and triples that, and even quadruples that were on the computer, so they needed to go. So
Yeah, and that's one thing we have in our office is Lynn.
Yeah.
We've got ourselves a Lynn, and she's very, very, very knowledgeable and she lets us all know what is and what is wrong in regards to records keeping, and she makes it very seamless and efficient in the office. So I would say as far as like room and everything like that, I think we're doing all right. Is Dave's office. That being said, I think we've got like a recycling bin in there or something like that, that's still in there, and I think it's charged like $15 a month or something, but.
Yeah.
I don't know.
that will all change too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
That has a plan.
Does it?
Yes, it
We're
does.
gonna eventually know the plan?
And a lot of what I saw in Dave's office was quadruples too. Just a lot of workbooks, a lot of reference books,
Yeah.
a lot of things that there wasn't really anything in there that wasn't on Lynn's computer or in the outer foyer files that she had. She's got those pretty organized. But he's got a lot of reference material.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll be able to share with the whole office.
So does that mean we have a plan for unlocking the office?
Yes, we do.
Can we talk about that? Do we do the,
I think,
does the rest of the Board of Commissioners get to know about it?
sure. Mr. Hunter, I have a question. We've heard about shipping containers. Do you have shipping containers somewhere that still have things in them on Public Works property?
We don't have shipping containers. Emergency management has shipping containers, which still has alcohol in them from the COVID days.
I don't think that's a public record.
No, you're right.
It's probably a fire hazard.
Okay, I misunderstood the question.
You should clarify that.
You said, I thought you said shipping containers. No, we still, I mean, we've been using On Base for quite a while. We work with
okay.
Renee, so. I mean, we scanned a bunch of our stuff and we still have a little bit left. But we now have a system in place. We just do it as it gets done. So our stuff is caught up.
That's awesome.
We won't, we just task people that's just part of their job.
Okay, that's awesome. Thank you.
Sure.
Good afternoon. It's my understanding. My understanding, solid waste has a container. There's using a container out there. Last I heard, there was 40 or 50 boxes of old files. I've not seen it.
Yeah.
Nor do I have any plan what to do with it, short of bringing someone in to scan it. It's just, so I don't know whose container it's in, but
We could mix it with the other stuff.
And I think some of it's probably disposable.
I don't know. I don't know. There could be original landfill contract stuff in
Yeah.
there too. I don't know.
Yeah.
And I'm not.
Didn't a lot of that get scanned when we went through it, the original? Cause I was in that office when we were going through that way back when.
It's my understanding when Gordy and Jeff provided the funds for departments that were going to move to do that, solid waste wasn't able to get their scan because I think Kristen left about the time they were scanning, and so I'm not sure a lot of that got scanned.
I'll reach out to Kirsten.
And I haven't talked to her directly, but so I don't know, it may have. But so.
We started out with an upstairs, very full. But we eliminated a lot before we moved, but we still, if you look at it, have a lot. But we continue to thin as we go forward. Any new permits that are finalized, we're archiving those once we issue the certificate of occupancy. But anything we still have in boxes, those boxes are all in our area now. The only thing we have left in the storage room is 4 filing cabinets. But right after we moved, we had 2 of those shelves full of boxes, plus the 4 filing cabinets over there. And now we only have the 4 filing cabinets. Any boxes are in our area, they're labeled so we know the year, what type of permit is in those boxes. And since Bridget came, we know what we can get rid of, so that helped a lot. Our intern or temp help, the things that she scanned, some are scanned okay and some are not. So some things we've had to rescan just because the quality of the scan was iffy. But we had saved all those files under the impression that we needed to keep the paper copies because we have to keep our records indefinitely. And Bridget's like, no, once it's archived, you can get rid of the files. So we've continued to thin post move. So even though it looks like a lot, we've made drastic improvement on ours. And then we have things scattered because upstairs it was like rolls of drawings here and the files there. So we are saving it in a way under the year and then by the permit number, so that when later we scan a roll of drawings, we can match it up to something. If there's a way like, oh, that's this one. And then we do PDF-As, which is how Bridget told us to do it, because that's an archivable PDF. And then we just update it and implement the new information into the already scanned information. And then for us, we've saved it under the year, the type of permit. And then within that type of permit, we have the permit number, the applicant or owner's name at the time of the permit, and then the parcel number.
Great.
So that kind of gives us a multiple area to be able to search for. It's working for us. We've got a method now, and then anything, say financially or clerically, we have our retention schedule. And then at the beginning of each year, if it's past that date, then it goes into our shred bins, and we share shred bins with planning. They filled them up before we kept them and now we fill them up. And then when they're full and the shred truck comes, we take them downstairs. We haven't built up any more records since. We just keep working on it in between when we're not permitting, when we're not doing something else. It's like you have 15 minutes, get a couple files done.
Great.
That's kind of how we've been doing it, but prefer to do our own just because we do access them a lot. Some for public records requests, but a lot of times it's for real estate transactions or lending companies who want to know if something was or wasn't permitted. So we access them pretty much every day. So that's kind of where we're at.
That's great. No, thank you.
And the only request I would make that I let Elisa know is the 11x17 scanner that's been plugging away. We've put a lot of pages through that thing. It's still working. At some point it may not. So I would request maybe we get an additional 11x17, because then it's not just the one connected to my computer. Other people could use an 11x17 because not everything needs to go through the flatbed. But that would be about the
awesome.
only thing we ask for at this point.
Well, I'm really happy to hear that several of you have your own processes and it's functioning and you're making progress and you aren't buried. So that's great. So anyone else?
Casey, did you have anything? No. I don't know if anybody online, any departments online.
Any departments online that would like to give us their update on record retention? No, I'm really, really pleased with the departments figuring it out yourselves and moving forward. And Elise, if you could kind of put that information together for us for who might need something, including Lynn's idea of a scanner that could be shared eventually if we need extra, I think that would be crucial. Okay, you did? Oh, great. See how you guys are? You're awesome. Okay. Anything else, Mr. Christopher? Going forward, just get us a little more condensed down, concise information, and sounds like we're really close, I think.
I think we have a different opinion, but I'll take what I can get.
Well, I think you heard a lot of good news today, which is good. Going forward.
Yep. Thank you all for coming. That was a great update from everyone about all the success that's been made in the last 3 years.
All right, are we at the end of our, did we bypass anything?
We still have the defense attorney.
Yeah, the number 4, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Would you like to start with discussion?
Go ahead.
So when the defense attorneys came over, part of what they said they were going to do with, as the administrators, is they were going to provide training. I didn't see that in this contract anywhere for the agreement. Does either of my seatmates recall that? When they came over to talk about taking on the administrative functions, part of what they said that they were going to do was train the other attorneys, primarily the district court attorneys, was part of the discussion that they were having when they made their first pitch to us. And
I don't recall that.
And I,
They gave us a proposal. Just a second.
that's different than what the one that's in the contract agreement right here.
It was the initial proposal for them to become administrators. So I think that's what you're talking about.
So it's different than what's in our packet.
Yeah, this is in addition to.
Okay.
This is the original proposal that I just.
Okay. I just remember when they came over, and it might need to go back and review the tape of the conversation, but I remember that as one of the selling points, and so I was surprised to not see it in here. My next question would be is, why would you have 2 administrators and not 1 administrator? I mean, when you look at, all you're doing is getting the list of a list of eligible attorneys for appointment, and keeping a copy of their documentation and qualifications, and then making the list. They don't actually choose who's up next. The judge goes through the list of them down the line to make those choices for conflict attorneys. So I'm trying to understand why you would need A, multiples, B, if that was what was for sale, and C, with the email from the prosecutor as part of the documentation, the potential conflict for interest that's inherent within it. So that would be my questions is there another option that we have available? And one of them, I'm not ready to talk about it in public. I need to talk to another elected official before I could bring it forward. But I think there might be something that's cheaper, that has no conflict of interest involved, that we may be able to do the same thing. So I'd like to look into that. If the board, the rest of the board's fine with moving forward with the contract, that's so be it. But I think a couple of weeks might save us $20,000 a year.
I have attached the GR 42 policy on there and highlighted the area where the wording is for conflict attorney. Find it. GR 42, it's section D1, and it says judges and judicial staff in superior courts and courts of limited jurisdiction shall neither manage nor oversee public defense services, including public defense contracts and assigned counsel lists. Judges should encourage local governments to have attorneys with public defense public defense experience, manage and oversee public defense services. At this point in time, our department manages and oversees the public defense services.
And I just want to make it clear for the record, it says encourage, not shall. So
Correct.
with that statement, for the public to know that we are not following GR 42 currently.
We also currently have lost one of our public defenders to our county. Their loss, our gain, depends on
At
how you look
district
at it.
court.
Huh?
A district court.
Yeah.
I've had to step away for a couple
But
of
we will be having, we do currently have a conflict as it stands right now.
Oh, he had to step away for a moment. No, I agree on the encourage statement. And when it was first set up, I had read through this and I wasn't seated yet, but I was concerned about the avenue we took with it, with placing that with our staff. I think not having legal background or connection to that world made it a very tough position for somebody at the staff to try to have that knowledge and also those relationships to know where to reach out. So I think we're going the right way. I do agree. I would like to know why on 2 administrators. Of course, cost is always a problem. You know, going forward into our new budgets, we have to watch for every penny.
I know that the comment was made that Klickitat County is larger than Skamania County, and where Chris Lance can take care of the west side and Lori Hochter can take care of the east side.
Correct.
That was one comment that was made during our conversations, recorded conversations.
And there may have been a problem with availability. If one was not available and we were in need,
That is
there
correct.
has to have somebody that could handle this job.
Yeah, because they both carry quite a caseload.
Right. Mr. Christopher. what's your
I
thoughts?
personally have no problem with the document. There is clear and evident bias from the prosecutor and Mr. Anderson towards these attorneys, and this is just another piece of that bias obstruction.
What I'd like to do is keep it away from the bias, but
If you
talk
need
about,
more evidence,
I-
feel free. I had the floor, you interrupted.
well, it was
I had
going
the
south.
floor.
That's fine.
If you need more information to make a decision one way or the other, we can postpone it till the next workshop. But I'm ready to sign the document, so.
So as chair, I'd like to have a discussion with you about your comments. When we breach into personal negative comments that take the meeting to a negative, I'd like you to constrict that down to the subject, if you can keep it there. Anybody's personal bias means nothing to me, and it should mean nothing to this board. We should keep the conversations, if I could remind you, to the task at hand. Let's talk about the document, the work, what needs to be done, and what your opinion is of that document. The rest of the opinion doesn't matter. And it takes things to a negative connotation, and that needs not to happen with our board. So I appreciate you looking at the contract and your approval of that contract and why you approved that contract without any other bias involved in it. And I had those questions, and I think Elise confirmed what I was thinking about those questions, why the 2 administrators, without having to think much further. But that's my answer, that you're in support of the contract, that, correct?
I've already signed it.
Okay.
Or will sign it if it ever gets to me.
Okay. And
Sorry. Did I miss anything?
no, we were just discussing contract points. I had some questions that staff was able to answer me in my thinking about administrators and why we had 2 administrators. I remember the conversations with the attorneys and why. And I can see that, because we don't want to be left holding the bag at any point in time if not just one person knows how to administer the contracts or reach out and find those. And as far as those, that job being held by our clerk, it's my opinion, it should have never been there. It's pretty clear that it belongs to defense attorneys because they work in that world. They understand the language and they also have the contacts to find them, where I've seen our staff struggle, even with Lee, for hours trying to find a defense attorney where they couldn't even get their own work done because they'd been burdened with this position. So I'm really glad to see this move on. And I think we have a negotiated contract that has been worked on many, many times. And I do believe it's fine tuned enough that I could support the contract. And Mr. Christopher is in support. So do we need a motion or where do we go?
You're the chair.
Would you like to make a motion?
Make a motion if the
Good.
board would like me to make a motion.
Yes.
What was item number 4 in the consent agenda, correct? I would make a motion that we had discussion and we now approve item number 4 on the consent agenda.
I'll step down to second the motion.
Step down.
No, you can just.
Or I will just second the motion.
You got lost.
This
in
board
time.
confuses me anymore.
I was thinking about what she was gonna have to say,
Yeah.
because I was thinking about,
So motion and second, any discussion?
one thing, the payments, it said the shall not exceed $23,000, 11,500 for each administrator. I'm trying to understand how that adds up at $500 a month.
Every 2 years, starting February 1st, 2024.
Okay.
We're going back to February 1st, which would then make it 11,500 for the first year, and then the additional 12,000 the second year.
Okay, that makes more sense
Equals the math.
than how they had it written, or we had it written. I've just, again, mentioned the discussion that I'd given previously. I think that $12,000 a year for what our staff has been doing, not costing us anything, that's a lot of money. And if we could have a different department do it without the conflict, for a lot less than $12,000 would be helpful if we could move that direction. But the will of the board is the will of the board, and I don't mind being in the minority.
So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries.
On the BoCC agenda, but that shared drive. Because they have comprehensive,
Okay.
and that's what they have presented to us.
It's under what in the,
Under your BoCC agendas,
okay, under agendas.
Shorelands addendum.
BoCC.
You are patiently waiting in the back, are you? So would you like to come forward, Casey?
So the prosecuting attorney has received notice that his chief deputy prosecuting attorney will be retiring. So we are looking for verbal to post for a opening, and he is wanting to post for a deputy prosecuting attorney 3. So not for the chief position, but for a deputy 3 position in his office
Is that cheaper or more expensive?
cheaper.
I expected that, but just thought I'd question.
Raise them up. Yeah.
So we're looking for verbal to start posting.
Do we have a date?
I don't. I was
Okay.
not given a date yet, so.
I always know I don't like to see you. It's always a change, but
No,
yeah,
no.
but good and bad. So
Yes.
yes, yeah. Glad he can retire. And yes. Yeah. Post away.
Okay. Very good. Good. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks for being patient. We should have took you a few minutes ago. Okay. So did we miss anything on the agenda? We moved a few things around. I'll have to go back through there and check mine.
Uh, The other thing I had was I believe the board should have a conversation on the White Salmon School District's letter, but it sounded like the board didn't want to have that conversation at this time. And if that's true, then that's fine. I just was looking for clarification.
Yeah, I was gonna reach out and ask some legal questions on that.
Okay. Then that's all I
Oh,
have.
I got one more. It was just brought up. Director McClure's office
Yes.
still locked. Where are we going with that? What is the plan? I've been in the dark for almost a year, it seems.
I've been in the dark too, sir.
That is a conversation I need to have with another elected. But I think we've made significant progress with questions that I had for that room. As far as Water Conservancy Board, and it's gone through its processes and it's organized and functioning on its own. It was the idea of preservation of documents that might be crucial because we did not know at that time where the documents were. And so I do need to have a conversation with the sheriff's office, and I believe all of my questions have been solved. So
I mean, we've heard all sorts of rumors
Correct,
and
and I don't wanna get into
innuendos throughout the,
Yep.
the community. And that there was investigations going on and all sorts of other stuff.
Right.
It would be great to put this to bed.
Yep.
It would be great if the board could issue an apology if one is needed to ex-director McClure for everything that was said and brought up.
How do you
I-
have to prove the evidence or that the claims are false before you can do a
Un-
letter, I would think.
Unfortunately, there were some processes there that I can clarify that set this all in motion, and removing any documents from county property has to go through a process with the auditor, number one, for them to document and release items. And number two, not having availability or access to funding, how funding was spent. That has all went through the auditor's audit and also through the treasurer's office to define those processes. So I think that has solved a lot of the problems why that room had to be locked. But as far as an apology, the departure probably should have happened differently. And we should have been informed that documents had been moved and why, but we were not. And that left the void, a very big void, why there had to be another avenue to ensure that the county was protected for documents and finances. But I think we're at a position where we can move on from this. And I don't think myself, having been in that office, that there's anything crucial in there that the county is missing or sees as suspicious evidence of any kind of anything. So I think it's time to move forward since the Water Conservancy Board is in shape. And like we talked today with document retention, Richard and Lynn had done a very good job with Dave's mountains of information because he was a collector and Dave was brilliant and Dave had his piles, but most of them have turned out to be nothing but what Lynn didn't have doubles and triples on. And I've seen her document files, they're pristine. She has them in order. You could walk in any day and say, I'd like to see this, and pull out the file, it's there, or she can pull it up on the computer too. So I have to commend Richard and Lynn for that document. And unlocking that door and having them go through it, like I said, I believe what they're going to find is there's nothing left in there but reference material that can be shared with Natural Resource Department or the Economic Development Department.
Well, I would say that if there is a conclusion, it would be nice if the sheriff either to the board of the whole or individually addressed those issues with the commissioners. And then when the documents are available for review, it would be nice if I had an opportunity to review them.
What documents are we talking about?
All the documents that are supposedly in there that I haven't had a chance to look at in a year.
And
I mean, I don't, was there any investigation by the sheriff in any way that we know of, or what, does the sheriff just lock the door?
I'm not exactly sure.
that was on my part when the Water Conservancy Board documents were missing. As we transitioned the office and there was no way to move that board forward or understand what to do. And then we were simply told that they were all taken home. We had to move through a process. I did not want to be responsible on my part for documents missing or documents gone until we heard from the auditor and the treasurer that those situations were secure. So I did lock the door and I didn't want to hold the keys personally. So I gave them to the sheriff's department to hold in his evidence file.
And I guess for me, when it came to my attention that documents were being shredded, and I questioned as to what, how, why, and I was told that they asked the prosecutor's office what they should do with the documents. They came over and looked at them in about 5 or 10 minutes and said, shred them all. I wanted to make sure that we weren't shredding documents we shouldn't be shredding, since I don't know how you can get a full investigation of the documents in the room in 5 or 10 minutes. So I want to make sure that we are not, we all know Mr. McClure kept a lot of handwritten notes. Those notepads just stacks. So technically those notepads should be somewhere. And eventually I would like to look at them. If they are nowhere, we should probably wonder where they're at or question whether there should be some somewhere, or did they get scanned, or what did they say? So I have not been in there and I have not looked at the documents, but I was concerned with the shred it all approach. Asked the sheriff's office to secure the documents until they can be looked at, and made sure that they were not an official public record. With that, I am not thrilled with the process, but I did what I needed to do to have a good conscience.
So granted, Mr. McClure wasn't there. Mr. McClure was gone, was retired. It wasn't him that would be shredding any documents or anything. And so again, though, there's been a lot of miscommunication and mistakes made along the way. For one, the Water Conservancy Board is not owned by the county. It is not the county's board.
But there was some convoluted there that needed to be shaped up between the financial and also just knowledge of the commissioners for an appointed board. And those, like I said, have all been solved. They've went through their processes and have been solved. Retaining these documents in a room. Mr. Christopher has questions. I do not believe there was an intention to, and I'll take this on myself, it's my opinion. I do not believe there was an intention to destroy any documents that were crucial to anyone else. I think it was simply the daily, day-to-day stacks of things that were kept in that room that weren't necessary documents. And anything that has been crucial has been recorded. It is available. I've looked up several things through the Natural Resource Department I was looking for. I've looked for things for Water Conservancy I've looked for, and that office has a good retention file on things that I've been looking for. So to say we're going to keep a room locked for almost a year now, it's been 8 months at least, and there's no forward movement for anybody to say something is wrong or missing, or we have a suspicion of something. It's just holding up workspace and holding up process for our county. And I believe we're at a point that we can change course and become positive, move forward, that things that have been protected have been protected. The questions we've had in the office have been answered, and they're legally in shape now to protect the county, because we would have had a liability had we not taken care of where the checking accounts are, how they're managed, and if there is an audit that happens every year, which is going to happen now.
That audit has happened every year.
But those have all been answered now and put into a shape that the board understands it. Because Dave was gone, you had Craig Stevens that inherited this to his burden and fear. And so I think we have a good running order for that board now. And if Mr. Christopher, I don't see any reason from what I've seen in that room, if Mr. Christopher wants to sit and go through notepads or reference materials about 3 or 4 books in a stack on a row about what gray squirrels are, or all the other reference material that Dave was so famous for keeping, I think it won't take you long to realize what's in that room.
And that's fine. First off, I wanted to make it clear that my issue with the papers in that room has nothing to do with the Water Conservancy Board, never did. So just for clarification, my clarification was there an order to destroy documents that should have been destroyed? Question number 1. Question number 2, did we save those documents? Have we now protected those documents? Are those documents now available to be given to people that ask for documents? Are they scanned? Are they shareable? Did we save them? Did we not save them? What's in there? If it's reference material in Western Gray Squirrel, I'll be the one to throw it out because it ain't a document. That's our document, a document that we created. If there's a yellow notepad with handwritten notes, whoops, I don't care what it says on it. It's a document that we created, and that was a law that almost got broken. So once I see what's in there,
So
what's in there has been
And I think
touched by too many hands at this point.
but what
Not
hands
really.
have touched it? It's been locked for.
yeah, it has
There's
been-
been access to that room, sir.
So somebody has a key.
Somebody's got allowed entry.
we can document that by the key cards and everything else. We can ask Public Works to show us that, who's been through that. We've been through this before. We can document who's been through a door.
It's hard key, correct?
It's a hard key.
It's a hard key.
And that hard key is locked in the sheriff's. Correct.
Hence my point.
And I have not been in that room for months. And when I do, I check it out, and you can see when I sign it out from Carmen or the sheriff, the 2 times I was over there.
Right, but evidence has a chain of custody.
Right, and it hasn't moved. And there was a witness in the room when I did go in the room to protect myself.
That would be good.
Yeah, there is.
I hate to say that things get blown out of proportion in this county ever, but it seems like this has been blown completely out of proportion from the get-go. And if anything, I agree, those notepads are for 7 years, and many of those notepads are past 7 years probably, are public records and have to be protected. Absolutely. All the rest of it, just shelves of it. I used to sit in a room completely surrounded by documents all the way from the 70s that was reference material that we would use on a regular basis. You can keep it. We also, I agree with Commissioner Zoller that everything that was downloaded, everything that was looked at, it was indexed and in the files on the natural resources drive. There's nothing to worry about. So really what we're really doing is talking about the yellow notepads, and that's what that's been about this entire time. It was the person who gives us the training on public records retention policies that was in the room, and I doubt she would ever say shred it all. That is not, I think, that does a disservice to the person who does the training for us. So if you have factual information that proves that that was said, that I would just blow my mind. Especially when that person is in charge of it. Granted, it's under another elected official and I would let them speak for their employee. But again, I'm very glad that this is coming to an end. I'm very sad that how it got here in the first place. And I think that Mr. McClure is owed an apology because it was all coming back on him when it wasn't him that was shredding any documents or being involved in that. He did nothing wrong. He wasn't even here.
Did I ever accuse him of doing something wrong, sir?
There's through the actions of the board and the way the board communicated and led things on without saying anything. I mean, I was up until now completely in the dark about all of this as one of the board of three. So yeah, I think he's deserved an apology at the very least. It doesn't have to be anything special, but it's one thing when our names get dragged through the mud in public. But one thing that I try to do is always protect our employees, our directors, and ensure that it seems fair to them. And the fact that we would not give an apology to a person who served this county loyally for so many years is beyond me.
Well, and the unfortunate thing that got Mr. McClure to the situation was when we parted ways. And as a director and a person in that position for the county for so many years with tons and tons of crucial private information, I would think this weighs on both sides because I believe Mr. McClure knew proper process and the way to leave the county and the proper way to leave his staff not at risk. And to close out that department, to close out information and to ask how it be handled. But we were left with no other resolve when we had questions, just to simply shut it down until we got to the bottom to make sure everything was okay.
So I would like to point out that I have not publicly criticized or publicly shamed Mr. McClure from this chair. And I don't, while I appreciate the chair's chastising of me earlier, I would also ask that that should go in 2 directions or 3 directions and not just 1 direction sometimes. That making accusations that I did chastise, so I owe an apology, is technically out of line because I didn't make accusations, unless you can show me a recording where I made an accusation.
Commissioner Christopher, you mentioned multiple times about ongoing investigation.
Okay.
And that is in essence that's why I asked the question this afternoon, was there not an investigation by the sheriff's office? Do we know? And
I'm not sure.
Well, so I guess we need to find that out, but if anybody knows, I still think that you never want to wrong an ex-employee and someone like that. And it just feels wrong morally. It's felt wrong the entire time. And maybe that's because I didn't know exactly what was going on. But I do know that the one thing that it's very easy to misunderstand that the Water Conservancy Board is because it was Director McClure that was the clerk of that board, but it was outside county government, and that is, those records are to be kept with that person. I totally get how someone could see that as those records went missing when technically they're supposed to be kept with.
Well, and like I said, that was at that point in time, and I won't go back over the points of why that was a convoluted relationship and situation, which has been corrected with the help of the auditor and the treasurer, and I'm thankful for that. And you came back in earlier and asked if you missed something, and you did. Mr. Christopher and I had a short conversation about staying to task and not digressing into personal or semi-personal. I know that You have a big heart for the natural resource and the economic development, and you worked there for many years with Mr. McClure as your mentor, actually. And I know you have great respect for Mr. McClure, so this situation probably has been heartfelt by you. But I would like to step this conversation back and leave those items to the side and get back to task. And that is the availability of that room and moving forward with dissemination of what information is left in there that can be used by the employees. And I would like to make that our conversation of, I am going to have a talk with the sheriff. It's on my agenda, on my list to visit about changing what's happening up with that room and closing that out, hearing from the sheriff where we're at with that in his view, and then dealing with it, whatever I have to do to deal with that to move on. And then if Mr. Christopher would like to go through documents or information that's in that room and make a decision what he thinks might be crucial that we save, I have no problems with that. And all I would ask is that possibly Lynn sit in with you or Richard, because they're going to want to try to go through or look at what's in that room and what could they use for their department, what they could not use for their department. And I think that's a simple solution to something that's been ongoing for almost a year now, that it's on my to-do list this year to close some things out and move forward in a positive manner. So if you two are okay with that, I'd like to have a little bit of time to visit with the sheriff, have a meeting with him, and then
Is it more than just getting the key back?
I have to have a final conversation with him about where he's at with things, about just because I brought it to him and asked it to be kept there. I just want to have that conversation with him.
Yeah,
I don't know the official way that I have to do this.
Apparently, I'm gonna have to have a conversation too, because I'm gonna need to know, was there an investigation? Was there not an investigation? Is there any findings of an investigation? I don't know what the hell's going on at this point, so
And I don't know if any of that was reality either.
I gotta ask those questions.
Correct.
Obviously, if he's in the middle of an active investigation, you're not getting the key.
Yeah.
But you know, I don't know. I also just, you know, I would like to make sure that my concerns were found invalid, not true. Case closed,
I guess
and not brushed under the rug to protect anybody.
my
So
my recommendation on this is when this is over, we do some findings of maybe some lessons learned. And definitely some findings so that at least for Director McClure, this can be swept, not under the rug, but be closed out in a way that it's in writing. And that's why I was getting.
Well, and I think there would be a finding there too, if you ask for that from the treasurer and from the auditor about record retention or official removal of any documents off of county property. So we can move forward with that.
As long as we get something in writing about what happened in the last 8 months, I would be very happy.
which all comes down to the original conversation of why record retention is so important and why we should scan everything.
And how everybody should know how to do
and
it.
not stockpile things. But I digress. I've been pushing the same thing for 3.5 years, and that will apparently be continuing.
Okay. Anything else? I don't think there was anything else on a push down the line on our
I've got a
agenda.
meeting in 5 minutes. So, Madam Chair, I would make a motion to adjourn, noting that there are no workshops scheduled for February 8th, 2024, and that all 3 commissioners will be participating in a pre-recorded radio interview on Wednesday, February 7th, 2024 with KLCK Radio at 1 p.m.
I'll second the motion.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion passes. We close our meeting for today. Thank you very much.